What is up, everybody? Let me go ahead and turn this off. There we go. Listen to an audiobook. What is up? We got 2 videos today. MotoStars came out with 2 videos this week, basically. What was it? One on the weekend and then one today. So those are the ones that we're going to be going over. How's everybody doing? We're kind of getting everybody in. It's I usually schedule these for 11 a.m., but I want to get home and do a few other things. I got some packages to do. Got some drill booklets to ship out. Go ahead and get that going right here. I'll be heading out of town this weekend for Fireball. So that's going to be fun. And I just kind of want to hang out a little bit before we jump into it. It's been an interesting... I keep saying it's been an interesting week. Yeah. It's fun when you well, it's fun. It's I don't want to keep overusing the word interesting, but it's just, yeah. Lots of stuff this week. I think some of the guys in here, you know that look. Yeah, just June has been kind of an awkward month. And I think a lot of it is, you know what we do here at the beginning, we kind of chat and hang out a little bit. I didn't do the After the Ride podcast on Thursday. I had some stuff come up and I slept. I just slept. I don't think I was getting sick or anything, but just kind of exhausted. And June has been, let's go ahead and do a recap. I like to do this every now and then. Not necessarily a monthly check-in, but yeah, pretty much a monthly check-in or like a quarterly check-in, see how things are going. And this month's been tough. I remember it was like at the end of May-ish. I remember saying it specifically after going to the graduation. Yeah, so like Memorial Day, basically. I remember telling myself, hey, I'm going to be working really hard in June to kind of get the Smart Rider training manual done and focused, and I have. I've just been working really hard, and it's been too hot. Like I went and filmed like sometime last week after the last live stream, and I went filming in the parking lot, and I just finished up the second video of a motorcycle test prep, and I went to look at my camera that's on the tripod and it wasn't recording, and then I saw on the back side of it or on the screen it's like it stopped over because of overheating. And so like I missed out on I haven't even looked at the footage. I'm assuming it's kind of it didn't finish. And so like just constantly working. I told myself at the end of Memorial Day I was going to be working my ass off, and that's created a lot of stress for me on top of all these other responsibilities and everything. And might as well just go ahead and hit the record button. Let's go ahead and make up for last week's Thursday podcast. We're gonna do an After the Ride podcast right now, and I'll post that, and then I'll do another one on Thursday. So yeah, what I wanted to talk about was last weekend I didn't do the After the Ride podcast live, but what I wanted to talk about is focus, priorities, and responsibilities. And it was something that was on my mind for a while, and I think I want to say a lot of men, because I don't want to sound like I'm the only one here, but I'm assuming everybody, especially with the world and everything kind of going on right now, is that, for men specifically, for me specifically, how about that, is that I have a ton of responsibilities, a ton. And I know a lot of people have it. I'm not sitting here trying to talk about like, oh, woe is me stuff. It's like, I put a lot of these responsibilities on myself. So like here, making the video content for the Smart Rider training manual on the ridingsmart.com website, huge responsibility. I've been in the works for over a year or two, basically at this point, coming up with a syllabus and a way of learning and learning how to teach, learning how to learn, coaching habits and everything when it comes to the logical progression of uh, how to ride a motorcycle and how to learn like a skill set. And I've talked about the Fitz-Posner model of learning for a while. And it's really tough to teach somebody how to ride a motorcycle without being in person with that thing. I mean, I've learned how to sew. I've learned how to do a bunch of different random things around the house just by watching YouTube videos. But I mean, if I sew terribly, it just looks kind of terrible. It just takes a little more practice. If you mess up riding a motorcycle, there's an opportunity to crash and then damage a multi-thousand-dollar vehicle and your bodies. And so, like, it's a high risk thing. And so, to make it as simple as possible, it's been a lot of work in the process because you could just go to the MSF and a lot of risks are kind of gone. You don't have to buy the motorcycle; they provide it. If you drop it, they fix it. It's not a big deal. You pay a small fee compared to buying a motorcycle yourself, and then after 2 days, you get your endorsement. Basically, if you pass, you still have to go to the DMV to take it, the card that they give you. But the only thing that you're investing in is your time, which is those 2 days, plus the like the pre-course that you take online before that, and it's only like an hour or 2 hours. And so it's very easy. So like when it comes to creating the training manual, you're having to really focus on um, taking these bigger risks. And so the responsibility that I feel like I have is to limit those risks for you so that you can learn how to do it. It's still, no matter what, at the end of the day, it's a higher risk. Um, so when it comes to that, I've just been really heavily focused on the filming. Every time I go out to film, I'm like, oh, I could have done this differently and everything like that. I think that's how everyone does content creation and whatnot. But it's a huge responsibility just on the training manual. Then there's the responsibility of showing up on Tuesdays now. It used to be Fridays, but Tuesdays now when it comes to this live stream when we go over crashes and close calls, because I like to see you guys and there is some kind of, hey, he shows up, we get to hang out and do that stuff. So, sticking to the commitments. And then shipping and fulfilling, making sure I go at least twice a week. So I got some stuff here. It's Tuesday. I'm going to ship out, and then I come back into the office on Fridays to ship out, or Saturday mornings. So there's that responsibility. And then that's just work. And it's a lot because I do all the filming, I do all the editing, I do all the writing of they're not necessarily scripts, but the film plans. And then you got the bills involved with all that stuff. And then like I said, I'm not complaining. I'm just sharing the responsibilities that I have because I absolutely love doing this. It's just a lot. And then it comes to the physical aspect. So I talk about physical, mental, and spiritual disciplines that we focus on, body, mind, and spirit. And so like working out, making sure you stick to a routine, having the discipline to get to working out, eating as good as you possibly can, obviously have some treats here and there. Taking care of your living space so that you feel, relaxed in your nervous system so that you aren't stressed out. You don't come to a home that's stressful to yourself. And we're talking specifically for someone that, lives by themselves. So there's no real help when it comes to that. So making sure you have the upkeep on that, dishes, laundry, cleaning everything. And a dog is a nice little responsibility. Thankfully, my dog is pretty easy, but she had some GI problems in July or in June. So that was interesting. And then the mental aspect of always trying to learn more, and I'm glad that I aligned it with work. And then the spiritual aspect, I mentioned how, like going to church and like if you want to go to the religion route for spiritual, but really I believe spiritual is relational, is relationships. And when it comes to relationships, you're kind of tested on the things that you have done. So as long as you're taking care of yourself, like I said, the physical and mental, and then the work, it's kind of like it's like a show and tell when it comes to relationships. And then on top of that, maintaining relationships, and even first off, starting relationships are incredibly difficult because you're learning people and they're trying to learn you, hopefully. And that can involve friendships, your family, romantic relationships. And then when it comes down to like actually having them, maintaining them. And so when I talk about responsibilities, focus, and priorities, I can go in the work mode and try to do everything. Like I can put on tons of new responsibilities. when it comes to work, and then it just becomes overwhelming. You know, like you might, for those of you, because it's a little different since I'm doing this on my own. For a lot of you, it quite literally is, um, like a W-2 thing where you're an employee. So like if your boss is putting a ton of responsibilities on you, it's overwhelming. Like there's only so much you can do in your 8-hour shift or whatever it is. And then when it comes to my stuff, I'm the boss. I'm also the employee basically, and I put on a lot. And that can also apply to the physical stuff. You go to the gym a little bit too much, you start damaging your body, hurting some tendons, ligaments, and muscles and whatnot. Maybe you can go a little too hard on eating right and then feel guilty when you have a treat. And then the mental stuff, you could just be constantly burning your brain out trying to learn new things and not necessarily being able to apply them in that spiritual area with relationships. And with relationships, you can have like 20 friends, you can have a ton of friends, and then you're taking on emotional loads here and there. You're trying to maintain and keep up, but then you start falling out with like 10 of them because you can't keep up with the text messages because everything else is so you can take on a ton of responsibilities and it can be too much. And it's really about your capacity at that point. Some people have the capacity to do everything I just said, and some people don't. And some people are trying to build the capacity to have like a lot. So like a high agency person. But at some point it's just a lot. And at the end of the day, you still have a responsibility to just yourself. Just yourself. And so if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't serve anyone else. So that's the responsibility part. So the priorities and focus part, the priority is like, well, what's for the work for me specifically? It's like, well, what's the one thing that everyone needs? Like, not everyone needs to have like all the amazing ideas I have in my head and have written down. And so like the priority is like, okay, let's get people how to ride a motorcycle. Let's get that information out. Let's show up on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's kind of it. I really want to focus more on the Discord, but it's self-sustaining, so they're doing pretty well. Like I can pop in every now and then. I don't need to make that a priority, but I want it to be a priority. Same thing with working out. It's like, I don't need to do a bodybuilding show. I don't need to do a powerlifting event. I don't need to do any of these things. I just want to keep my body healthy and strong so that when I get older, I have the musculoskeletal system of somebody that's a little younger so that I don't have a fall risk. If something happens, like I'm able to keep up with other people, I'm able to do the things that I want to do, like hiking and going on some of these events. And then the mental stuff, it's like, I don't need to learn everything. I just need to kind of like, what is it that I need to focus on? What's the priority here? Like, what am I dealing with now that I need to work on versus what's a future problem that I don't even have right now that I'm trying to prevent? And that's where the focus kind of comes in. The focus is paying attention to what the priority is, not what the responsibilities that are, not all the responsibilities given to you or that you put on yourself, and kind of simplifying life so that you can relax. And so like my focus right now for work, it's specifically is the Smart Rider Training Manual, but I've divvied it up to, and I'm going to announce it, where it's going to be multiple different small courses. So like a motorcycle gear 101, ride along with Dan and the Fireman. So that's all the situational awareness, planning stuff. And then all the skill set stuff, like in a parking lot, an apartment, a neighborhood, that's going to be their own courses. And the motorcycle test prep, that's going to be its own course. And I was really trying to make the website like its own individual courses, but it's also a membership. And then here's the shop so that you can get the booklet. So like, the Smart Rider games and the rescue booklets and everything, all the different books that I have. But I wanted like a digital version on the shop or on the website. And so really just kind of changing responsibilities, priorities, and focus and everything is that on writingsmart.com, how you doing, Hog Rider? Writingsmart.com, it's just gonna be a membership site. Right now you can get the Smart Rider drills for $19. It's a download and everything. But it's just gonna be a membership site. So if you want to sign up and become a member right now, there's the founder's role. It's $60 a year, but it's gonna be bumped up to $120 a year pretty soon. It's gonna be a membership site, and you get all these courses with the membership. And I'm just gonna focus on making an online motorcycle club with that membership. And then the store is gonna have the digital downloads and the physical booklets and all the other stuff. And it's just gonna be like the store. So think of it as like a gym. You sign up for membership, you get to hang out and work out and all that stuff. But then there's the shop where you can get supplements and t-shirts and whatnot. So that's the shop. That's the books. When it comes to the physical fitness, nothing's really changed when it came to that. I'm focused on just maintaining my healthy stuff, but it's been hard because I want to grow also. So it's really just kind of setting the process and sticking to a routine. And so I developed a new routine Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and everything. So I'm focused on that now. And when it comes to friendships and everything, it's like I have a couple friendships that are pretty good. They're well maintained. And then I have a girlfriend. And my friendships are doing great. I think this would be another topic that we could talk about at some point. But the spiritual aspect, the relational stuff is spiritual. The mental stuff, right now I'm listening to an audiobook, I'm listening to a few things and just kind of taking my time, and it's becoming pretty easy. Learning a few things. But yeah, so just changing up the focus and changing up the priorities, and it's pretty important to kind of reset yourself every now and then. And I like to try to do that every month. And this month has been tough. This month has been tough because I've put a lot on myself when it comes to what it is that I need to make a priority and make a focus. And I know a lot of you, and this is why I share this stuff, because I know a lot of you deal with the same kind of stuff. And it becomes overwhelming. It feels like you're not doing well enough, because then the self-shame comes in when you start failing on all the different goals that you're not hitting because you put these goals on yourself, and it becomes a lot. And sometimes you put that on other people, and that's the spiritual aspect too, is you put them on other people. And I have a problem putting goals on other people too. And I think it's a natural thing to do, but it's not good, because the goals are supposed to be for yourself. So it's just yeah, it's interesting. You guys can tell that I'm thinking. You guys can tell that I'm dealing with something here. But when it really just kind of comes down to what's the priority and focus and what your responsibilities are. And at the end of the day, you honestly don't have many responsibilities outside of taking care of yourself. I mean, taking care of yourself is one of the biggest things, and it's kind of paradoxical, because if you just kind of take care of yourself, things just kind of happen. Things just happen anyways. Life just revolves outside of you and just happens. And if you just take care of yourself, that's pretty much all you need to do. Just kind of it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. But I just want you guys to know, when it comes to that response, like, take some time for yourself. Take some time for yourself. Pause. And it's not pause to like, hey, now it's like, what do I need to get rid of? It's pause and what is it that I need to make a priority, and what's the focus? Well, like, what do I need to do differently, and what do I need to do to safeguard the things that I care about, and then just focus on those things, and then allow the other things to just happen. The hard part is finding out what it is. And so if you have like ideas of like, or not ideas, but if you want to share in the comments, like what is it that you're focused on? What is your responsibilities? Like what's your take? What's your thought process when it comes to this? Because it's simple enough to get to this point, and then the next point is, well, what do you do? Right? Like what do you do? And that's where I think a lot of people are aware. A lot of people aren't aware of what I just said, like this whole time. The few that are aware of what I'm talking about are kind of stuck there, and then there's fewer people that kind of go to that next step. And that's that hard transition. I mean, it's super hard to even just become aware of it. But it really kind of comes down to, like, I remember reading somewhere where those that are aware of kind of like are self-aware, actually it's worse when you become self-aware. There's a beautiful life with being naive and just kind of going through life, but then at the same time there is like a difficulty with it. But then when you become self-aware, there's like a completely different new difficulty. And then on top of it, you're aware of the difficulty. And that's a tough thing to kind of live with. And that's kind of like where I'm at. So I'm just curious about you guys. Because for me, once I'm aware of something, I want to fix it. It's like I see something happen, boom, I want to fix it. Because it's like I'm aware of it. It's like I know what the problem is. I'm gonna fix it. And that doesn't necessarily, that's where it jumps into, here's my new responsibility. I must fix it. And not everything needs fixing. Like if I'm aware of like, hey, I have an anxious disorder, or I don't even say disorder, just like an anxious time or a mode. It's like, how do I fix it? Or if I'm like, I'm feeling pretty apathetic about something, but it's important and it's a focus, how do I fix it? Usually discipline when it comes to that, commitment and discipline. And it's like, I see something broken. Here we go. Let's fix it. And so that's kind of like been that's why, I have what I have. And so it's kind of like this reaffirming cycle where it's because I have this agency to fix things, and then I fix things, therefore the things are fixed and things are better. That means I'm doing something well. But in life, sometimes if you fix it, you don't fix it. And then you wonder why it doesn't work, because in all other aspects of my life, when it's like with work and physical fitness and the mental resilience and disciplines when it comes to learning new things, it's like, well, when I learn something new, when I show up to work and I do the work, when I show up to the gym and do the work, I have a reward. It worked. And I think where the spiritual aspect, this is where I'm starting to learn. The spiritual aspect of, I mean, if you want to go to the religion, there's nothing for you to fix. Jesus Christ fixes all that stuff. He's kind of set it in stone. And then when it comes to relationships, you don't fix the other person. You don't fix the relationship. And so I have so much, I don't want to say cognitive bias, but I have so much, like, I'm so affirmed when it comes to the work and the physical and the mental that it's like, well, why doesn't it work in the spiritual? And that's the aspect that I'm learning in the last couple years, and very specifically in the last month, that in the spiritual aspect of the discipline, it's the opposite. You don't try to fix. I'm going to be 38 next month, Hog Rider. Um, and I just thought you apply the fixing part of your responsibilities, the focus and the priorities and all that stuff across the board. I thought it was like kind of a one size fits all, but it's more nuanced than that. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Now, I don't know. I don't know if the spiritual aspect, the relational stuff like friends, girlfriend or family, and all that other stuff. Now, I don't know. Once again, if you're a little self-aware, it's like I don't know if, well, maybe it is, maybe you can. This is where like the cognitive dissonance comes in, where it's like, well, maybe fixing is kind of the thing. Maybe if people around you were the same kind of person, like the agency, the hey, let's fix this, let's work on this, let's do this, let's build. Maybe that's maybe those are the kinds of people that you can be around, because maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is building across all disciplines versus, I keep using the word fix, so it's building. Um, Maybe building across all disciplines is important if you have, people around you that want to do that too, because then it's easier. It's almost like shutting off a side of yourself if like you build everywhere, but then you can't build in this arena. Can I be specific? What the problem you're struggling to fix? I always like to. Let's give some context, I guess. But I always like to come from the position of what is it that I can control? What is it that I can do differently? Because that's really, at the end of the day, you can't make anyone else do anything differently. So some context with my own history is that, so when I talked about family, friends, and like romantic relationships, so I'm estranged from my family. I haven't talked to my parents for over 2 years. No, 3 years. 2022, like beginning of March, February, or beginning of March and end of February, 2022. I haven't talked to them. They haven't reached out. And then my sister, I haven't talked to her since like December 22. I've tried. My brother, I'll get a message every couple months. So that's nice. I also haven't reached out much to him either. I used to all the time. So on the family aspect, there's that. And so like part of me is like detached, not necessarily apathetic because I do have emotions about it. But a little detached, and it's like, it is what it is. I'm an adult. They're adults. It's not what I would do if I had kids. It's not what I did do when I had stepkids. When it comes to friendships, I'm kind of an avoidant person. I've had my own childhood trauma with some of the stuff with a friend that I thought was a friend, and it's really kind of made it hard for me to not maintain. It's hard for maintain too. It's hard for me to create and maintain male friendships because of that. In terms of when I say avoidant, it's cool. I want a friendship, but I need to keep some walls up, and I've worked pretty hard. Thankfully, I have a very safe friendship with my buddy Matt, where he's very, and I'm learning a lot from him when it comes to the avoidant attachment style. For my own sake, And it's been very nice because I've been able to open up to him. He's been able to share. So like we've been able to grow something pretty good. But it's interesting. And then when it comes to romantic relationships, in my past, I've had long-term relationships that just ended, that would just end, and those have always been tough to maintain and grow and build because uh, I don't want to say because I picked wrong, but and that's part of it. But it's mainly like communication styles, vision, mission of the relationship, what direction are we going, and then part of it is actually like leading it in an effective way. Um, and so right now, when it comes to so like now that you know the context, so with the family stuff, I've kind of when I talk about responsibilities, focus, and priorities, it's I don't believe I don't have it set up as a responsibility, focus, or a priority when it comes to my parents. I barely putting in effort when it comes to my brother. Um, and then with the friendships, I'm actively like, I think it's good. Like we go golfing here and there and whatnot, and we hang out every now and then, and it's good when we do, but it's hard to kind of like have a connection. And then when it comes to the romantic relationship, when it comes to my girlfriend, I always kind of have a protection when it comes to that, and I don't like to talk about those kinds of things out in the open. But when it comes to me specifically, I have no problem talking about me. And so for me, my problem is because of those long term relationships ending kind of terribly, to be honest, with their attitudes and whatnot. It's kind of brought on, uh, and I've talked to my therapist a lot about this, like an abandonment anxiety type thing. And I think there's obviously some. I mean, if you notice the context of my parents, they kind of just abandoned their son, and so that's just kind of how they've been for my whole life. And so that kind of brings in. I mean, romantic relationships will bring out more of that attachment that you had with your parents. So that's stuff that I've worked hard to like not bring in to the relationship, and then so like when it comes to like trying to fix things and communicate and everything like that, it's like very important to me. But it's also learning at the same time to let things play out and observe and watch. And it's an interesting thing. I guess I don't really have a specific problem or something I to like talk about. So Phoenix method adverse aces, yeah, I have an ace score of like 6 or 7 at this point. I think the only one that I don't have is a parent going to jail. I have all the others. But it's just a fun thing it's a fun thing. It's an interesting to talk about. And obviously, like I talked to my therapist about all this. I actually got an appointment next Tuesday. Um, yeah, it's a pretty high score. Yeah, look up adverse childhood experiences. It's interesting. It does have an effect on you. But, at some point in your life as an adult, there comes a point where you have to grow up and work through that stuff so that you don't just keep taking it on the rest of your life. And that's what I'm talking about here when it comes to responsibilities, focuses, and priorities. But yeah, I mean, I guess like the current thing that's going on. I mean, it's like I'm not overwhelmed. Like I said, I'm not here complaining, guys. And I know with the guys here, I mean, June's men's mental health month. And so, like, this is why I'm even bringing it up to you guys, because I do want you guys to understand that, men have feelings. This is sometimes how men feel. And we typically, and the simple fact that I'm doing it online live for you guys, it's interesting. But like when guys get around like a campfire or just get around, hang out, they like to share stuff. They don't really have time to share with anything, and honestly, society doesn't really care. Um, Society basically just tell men to be quiet and just do the work. And it's like, well, you keep adding more work to our plate, and we, just like anybody else in this world, you get overwhelmed and get tired. And so we're just taught to fix it. I think that's where the fixing thing comes in. And so when it comes to work, it's like I can only do what I can do. When it comes to physical fitness, I can only do what I can do. The mental and intellectual pursuits that I have, I can only do what I can do. We only got 24 hours in a day. I got to focus on sleep too. So maybe 16 hours. And then at the same time, we have to lead every single relationship. Not too much, not too little. And it's tough. It's tough. And the when it comes to, and I bring in Christianity every now and then because I am a Christian. I mean, I'm a confirmed Catholic, but uh, there's an aspect of it. It's like, well, if God has everything set in stone, what's free will and all that stuff? So that's an intellectual exercise of what God's providence is when it comes to your free will. And I believe this is how it goes into how I learn. So just kind of follow the logical train here. It's not necessarily, you have to think spiritually and whatnot, but this is just how I logically apply it to my life. If God's providence, which means that he set everything in stone, he set the world around you, and you have the free will, and you have free will. The way I view it is that if you're just sitting here, just for a second, if you just sit here, the world's doing its thing right now. Every single human is in their thoughts. They're working or sleeping or whatever they're doing. The nature's doing its thing. Clouds are in the sky. They're not in the sky. It's rain. Weather is weather. Climate. All this other things happen across everything. Universe. Everything. That's God's providence. He's just kind of doing it, right? When it comes to your free will, I believe it's how you respond to all of that. And I believe that, and this isn't an ego thing or anything like that, or whatever, but I'm just gonna say the words, but it's like the world is quite literally revolving around me when it comes to God's providence. It's just happening around me. Not for me, but around me. And it's how I respond without entitlement to handle those situations. That's the free will. God's providence is just everything's happening. And if he's all good, right? I need to go snowboarding. If he's all good, then everything he's doing around me is for my good. So when good things happen, it's because I use my free will to respond to make things happen for me with the God-given talents. If I use the God-given talents, the talents that he wants me to do or use that he's given me, then good things will happen. If I respond terribly, bad things can happen. It's not necessarily the bad thing, not necessarily bad things, but the good things won't happen. And this is like, remember, follow the logic train here. If he gives me something that is a minor inconvenience, is actual suffering and grief, is a tough situation, those aren't bad things in my mind. They're not bad things. They're little tests here and there of how I'm going to respond. And if we all understand what tests are and we all understand what crucibles and challenges are, if we think about the physical challenge of showing up to the gym, pushing our bodies to a certain point, and then we grow. Same thing with the mental exercises of listening to an audiobook, taking a class, and then we grow in knowledge. If he's pushing these tests and challenges and hard situations on me, if I succeed with how he wants me to succeed, I grow towards him. So life's difficulties are not necessarily bad. They feel bad. They feel tough. They feel hard. But so is going to the gym when you don't feel like it. So is showing up to work when you're feeling sick. So is maintaining relationships sometimes. And so the logic train here is that I want you guys to understand, because once again, it's Men's Mental Health Month, and I want to just share my inner thoughts here, is that when things are getting hard, or it's like too much, or it's a little exhausting, just keep doing it, maybe at a different pace. Like if you're doing a marathon and mile 7 is like it's just starting to get too hard, well, maybe walk for the next mile. Maybe walk for the next mile. So kind of the same thing when it comes to everything else. It's like maybe just kind of relax. When was the last time I just sat down and enjoyed nature just on your own? I haven't been on a hike in a while because it's been so hot, but that I used to really like doing that, going for long walks. Uh, my goal is to have a vacation for my birthday next month and go kayaking, but I'm not gonna be alone on that one. I like to. I mean, I live alone. I take time for myself. It's just the nature part is really nice. When you get older, you can't take stress as well. Life is definitely a test and a challenge. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of share some of that stuff. Because at the end of the day, when you feel when you feel that overwhelm, you feel the exhaustion kicking in, you feel this, it's like, well, then what's the priority? And you don't want to give up taking care of yourself. So I mean, that's your number one priority no matter what. And how I like to take care of myself is that physical, mental, and then maintaining friendships at least. When it comes to, well, then if there's like something going on, then it's a balance between space and working on it. So like the marathon, it's like work on it, like run, and then space would be like walking or just pausing to catch your breath. But then get back into it. Like that's the thing. It's like you just get back into it though. You don't quit. You don't quit. So I just want you guys to hear my side of my life, because I know a lot of people on the internet, YouTubers, streamers, celebrity, whatever, like people you just read about and you don't really get to see their inner life. You kind of I know with social media, you start to think like, well, everyone else has like this great life, but I'm dealing with real problems, and it's like, why can't I have that? It's like, guys, like we all have these things. We all have overwhelm. We all have that. It's just that a lot of people don't share it online. They share it with like, yeah, they might not even share it with their closest people. They might express it in terrible ways, to be honest. And so you guys getting to see it, I'm hoping, because it's it's Men's Mental Health Month, that it's okay. So if you're dealing with it, just keep going. Just keep going. Keep doing the work. Commit to it. Take breaks here and there. If you made a commitment, stick with it. Find a healthy way to do it. That's good for you, but still stick with it. I mean, just like with working out, it's like, oh, my left knee's been hurting me, so I'm gonna skip the gym and not do it. It's like, no, that's quitting. So I'm gonna go to the gym and at least do upper body and do some leg exercises that aren't gonna aggravate the injury. More like a rehab for the legs, but still work hard on the upper body. Friendships, things are getting tough. Maybe you can't see each other for a while, but you can still text and call here and there. Same thing with relationships is, things get tough. Maybe space is needed. Maybe sometimes just vulnerability. Honestly, vulnerability is a big thing. That's kind of what I'm showing you guys here. Just being willing to say in all three of those aspects, I'm here, but this is the capacity I have right now. It's like I'm at the gym. Here's the capacity I have right now. Here's my friendship. Here's the capacity that I have right now. Relationship, romantic relationship. I'm here, but here's the capacity I have right now. But I'm still here. Same thing with work. The capacity I have right now with the training manual is it's gonna be or not the training manual, the membership. It's gonna be a membership, and then here's the shop. That's the capacity I have right now. I have big ideas, big things I want to do, but it's not where I want it to be. So the focus and priority is like, what can I still deliver? So yeah, I just wanted to share that. All right. So I do want to read some of the messages here, and I stopped the recording, so I'll go ahead and post that up. I'll post I hit record on that. I'll post that probably tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll do another one Thursday evening, and then Friday I'll be heading out of town, and I'll be back, and then everything should be working pretty well. He scored a 6 out of 10 on an ace. Oof. Yeah, you're kind of there with me on some of these things. Keep your chin up. You're amazing. I appreciate that, Colin. Like I said, guys, this isn't like, hey, I need something here. I talk to my friends about this stuff. I talk to my therapist about this stuff. It's just that sometimes it's I mean, I'm getting a benefit out of it too, but there's a reason why I'm sharing it on a live stream. And that's why I've been doing like the After the Ride podcast stuff, is that I want other men, because I think it's hard for women to understand men, just like it's hard for men to understand women, and kind of like how their brain processes things. And so like I know a lot of men deal with stuff like this, and they just kind of keep it bottled in, and then you start getting stomach pains all the time. Start getting headaches all the time, like your lower back or upper back starts cramping up all the time. You're like holding your stress, and there's no one really to talk to about this kind of stuff. And so my whole aspect is, if you lead the conversation and you just start with the vulnerability, because at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's my life. There's nothing nothing I'm ashamed of. I've forgiven myself for a lot of different things. But somebody has to start. And if it's helped some of you guys, that's why I'm doing it. And maybe it gives you some words to work on, if you don't have them. But yeah, don't take on more than you can handle comfortably. Yeah, and that's a hard thing because a lot of men take on a lot of responsibility. Take on a lot of responsibility. Society says you kind of have to. Love riding the lowrider. Nice. As someone who's living in one of the most craziest countries in the world, which is one of the yeah, Elad. Yeah, you're in Israel. Appreciate it, Colin. Of course, Phoenix. Listening from Argentina, Dario. Nice. It's an opportunity for us to learn to open up a bit. My fiance has a background in psychology, and she has taught me so much about myself and how to deal with stuff and to communicate. That's nice. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, just I mean, had an like I said, interesting month. It's been I don't want to say it's been a low month. I've had some really good and nice things happen this month. It's just not, like I said, when it comes to with God putting out trials and tribulations, how do you respond? And part of it, I'm not recording anymore, but honestly, part of it is you're kind of meant to fail sometimes. Failure is a great teacher. It's not a good feeling, but it definitely opens your eyes to some things that you're lacking. Success kind of just reaffirms that you're doing everything right, and it's hard to even after a success to be like, well, what is it that I could have done better? You know, it's hard to do that because you just want to celebrate the success. On the failure, it's like, well, it's obviously I didn't do something, or it's obvious something went wrong. So like now I need to know what to do better, and that's part of the you can get into a self shame cycle there, and so then it's really important. I think this is what I'm trying to learn from the spiritual aspect and the God stuff, and is, you know, yeah, I failed, but I'm alive. You know, I'm still healthy. Whatever, you know, you can be grateful for. Be grateful, 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 and it kind of pulls you out of that I'm a failure thing. And then it's like, okay, now that I'm grateful for all this stuff, you know, what did I feel? So then let's add one learning moment on top of the new things that I'm grateful for. So then the next time something happens, then you could be grateful for the thing you learned from the last thing that's been a problem. But failure is not a bad thing. It just kind of sucks at the time. You're welcome, Ibu. Hopefully I said that right. Got to find that line between strength and empathy. Yeah, I think everyone should take up some psych classes. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, Horovac. It's always good to have different opinions. But yeah, failure is a learning experience, and you're gonna fail a lot in life. It's when I know it's when, and we've been live streaming for an hour. We're gonna get to crashes and close calls, guys. We're gonna get to that. But I did miss last week's after the ride, so that's what we're doing here. So if you're just now getting in, this is what we do on Thursdays, basically. So I'm making up for it, and then I'm gonna post this tomorrow, and then I'm gonna have an after the ride on Thursday. And we're gonna get into the crashes and close calls for today. Failure is definitely a learning experience, and I think where a lot of people, and it's very easy. I think it's almost human nature at some points where it's very easy to be like, I'm a failure. Nothing's going well. And you start going down that. I hate using the word victim mindset, but it's definitely a mindset of I'm not good. It's like, I'm not good. And that's self-shame. So then you start getting to self-shame. It's like, I'm not good enough for this. I'm not good enough for that. Might as well just quit. And I think we've all felt that. Like, I remember playing soccer as a kid, and there's been some seasons where, like, the first 3 or 4 games we lost. And now the morale, I guess, negative energy or morale, right? It gets to the point, it's like, this team isn't good. I'm not good. I just can't get it. And then you get frustrated. You start making more mistakes. Then you start getting angry. You start to quit without actually quitting. So you're not really putting in the energy anymore. And then since you're not putting in the energy anymore and you're quitting without really thinking about it, you do worse. And then it just kind of repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats. And you have to break yourself out of that cycle. And it's tough. And that's life too. That's why I think I really like. That's why I like sports for kids, because it teaches them all this stuff with a metaphor of sports. Oh, failing is finding an important lesson, inviting needed growth. I love that. I love that. It's true. And so it's one thing, like, let's use the metaphor for soccer. It's one thing to, like, kind of be in that mindset. It's like, well, then maybe this is where the fixing and the building kind of comes in from me, is that it's like, oh, I just need to learn how to kick better. I need to dribble better. I need to be able to pass better. I need to be able to pay attention. I get too tired having run back and forth, so I need to work on my cardio and my endurance. I need to do this. I need to do that. And then, like, but that takes time. That's interesting. I love having little light bulb moments. That takes time for your body to build and grow to have that skill set of where you should be. But during that time, it's still tough, because you might still be losing. At the same time, you kind of want to just enjoy the game because you're a little kid playing soccer. We set our standards too high as childs. We are evaluated to get to perfection. Yeah. Yeah. So my little light bulb moment here was, and this is what I do for journaling, guys. If you don't know that, I journal, and, like, I do this. And when I get a little light bulb moment, I obviously write it down. But the first few moments where I'm like, oh, Jesus, is that I'll ask these questions and, like, be frustrated, and all of a sudden I'll get an answer or a light bulb moment. I'm like, that's him speaking. So, like, the light bulb moment that I had right here was, you're losing like 4 or 5 games in a row. You start getting down on yourself. You start thinking this is too much. You want to start quitting and everything. But then you kind of flip the script and you're like, okay, well, I just need to get better at passing. I need to get better at kicking. I need to get better at a skill. But it takes time to develop that skill. And while it's taking time, you're still going through the shit. And that's where, like, the discipline kind of comes in, and the commitment to develop those skills and to develop the thing while it feels like shit is very important for learning. And so when it comes to the stuff I was talking about earlier, like the relationships and everything like that, where I'm like, I really just want to fix it, or I really want to build. It's like, let's focus on, it's like, it feels like crap, but we just got to stick with it. And I lose sight, because then the stress and anxiety, right? Of like, okay, I'm not there yet. That can override the fun. That can override the presence. How you doing, Bam Bam Bam? And the other aha moment right now is, while you're building for the future, while you have an end goal that you're working towards, don't lose sight of the present moment. And so I was journaling yesterday. And there's some scripture that made sense with what I just said right now. And I just pulled up my journal. Let me get the actual scripture. Well, it's not really scripture. It's something that kind of resonated with me. Is a godly love. Gosh, this is supposed to be a motorcycle channel, right? But a godly love is, and it's something I'm trying to encapsulate, and it's very difficult because we're not perfect creatures. He's perfect. Is I love you where you are, but I call you forward. I love you where you are, but I call you forward. In a psychological frame, is I accept you for who you are, and we can build for the future or something like that. I don't know, but the acceptance of who you are right now. I love you where you are, but I call you forward. And that's kind of when it comes to, hey, I need the skill set of passing and kicking and all this stuff as a kid, right? And it's like I'm being called forward to do something good, but it's okay where I'm at. See how those aha moments, right? That's what journaling does. And I'm openly journaling with you guys on the live stream, chatting. That's what the After the Ride podcast is kind of like. Is like I'm bringing you in on my verbal journal. Maybe we all have aha moments, like Phoenix. You love that, so that's great. So we're all having like these great aha moments. And yeah, if the religious stuff doesn't work for you, that's fine. Like that's another thing is like I came from a philosophical and psychological frame. First, it was a psychological frame. So like, I love you where you are, but I call you forward. Let's say that's the religious frame, right? Where you see and use words specific to the religion. I came from the psychological where it's the same words, it's the same meaning, but it's I accept this person because you're supposed to. I mean, you can't change people, but it's like I can see potential. Like that's the psychological frame, and then like a philosophical frame of acceptance of where someone is and being detached. That's more of a Taoist philosophical frame. And there's like the Stoicism. There's you can go even crazier with existentialism, absurdism, and a few other things. So it's really kind of finding the frame that moves forward. And something I asked my, because I did a few Bible studies. One thing I brought up in a Bible study was exactly that. It's like, hey, because it was right when I first started going to a Christian church, and I really wanted to like see where I can fit in. And I'm a safety team member at the Christian church too, so like I try to find areas that I can volunteer. And I brought it up in one of the Bible studies. Is like, hey, I'm completely oblivious to the religious stuff. But I'm coming from a psychological frame. I've been going to therapy for, at that point, 6.5 years. I've really focused heavily on philosophical stuff like Stoicism, Taoism, and a few other things like that. And the deacon that was running the Bible study was like, he just told me a story. And I mean, who knows if it's absolutely true, but I mean, if you look at the dates and everything, is that, Jesus Christ, came, it was like 180 or whatever, so that's kind of like how it started. It's like before that, in BC, that's where Stoicism kind of came up. Romans and and Greeks and everything like that, and all the different philosophies and across the world. Um, like everything kind of was doing that. So like all the stuff I was talking about, the frame of philosophy, psychology, I guess hasn't really come up at that point, but it's like the Bible and the stuff that he says is like he was in that culture. He basically connected the dots between all of these, and that's where um like scripture really like comes from. Now it's with a new frame of religion that encapsulates all these different philosophies and then adds more. And I was like, oh, interesting. And so that's why I'm like, okay, so then because then it with scripture and in the Bible, it also gives you like a final destination to aim for. So like when we talk about mission, vision, values, and virtues, that's why I have my own statements for those. If you align it towards that end goal, you're good. Because like with Stoicism, it's basically like here's tips and tricks, right? With some philosophies, it's just like here's tips and tricks on how to handle emotions and how to handle and view life, just view life. But it's like, what's the direction you're supposed to be going with that? And I think that's where it's all tied in when it comes to the Christian stuff. So then I'm like, let's see what the Christian frame is. And it's like, oh, it ties in everything. With Taoism, it's like you just kind of give it up to the universe. With Christianity, you just give it up to God. It's the same thing. But then you have like a fatherly figure to try to emulate also on top of the skills. So you get the skills with all the philosophies in Christianity, but then you also get the vision and forward goal. Also, something to lean towards, something to know what's the end if you do your thing, if you do what the philosophies say. How you doing, Rad Dad is rad? And so that's how I view it in a logical sense. And then there's you don't know what the end is, the end goal. You just know which direction you're going. And that's kind of like normal life. It's like working out. It's like maybe you have an end goal of doing like a bodybuilding competition, but you don't know what your end goal, like what you're going to look like at that date. You just know that from the moment you sign up for that bodybuilding competition or whatever, from now till then, you need to work on your skills to get you into show shape. You don't know what the placement is. You don't know what's going to happen. But you do the process in between because now you have an end goal and now you work on your skill sets. And it's one thing to like, well, I'm just going to show up to the gym and then I just don't have a goal. You kind of falter. Like when motivation goes away, you need to have a discipline and routine. It's like, no, I have an end date or I have something I'm working towards. So then it kind of gives you that extra motivation. And for me, that works. That works. And I already hit stop recording, but this is just fun. We're gonna get into like I said, we're gonna get into crashes. Just kind of hang out with me. So when it comes to like relationships, let's go ahead and put it in a different frame. If we do relationships, it's like, hey, you're having a tough time, like with your girlfriend or boyfriend or your friend or your family. You're going through a tough time. Well, what's the end goal? You don't really know, but you know what you want. What's the skill that you need to learn and do during these moments that are tough? And with family, it's kind of it's a biological commitment. With friendships, it's a purpose-driven commitment. And same thing with a boyfriend or girlfriend or a wife or husband. It's supposed to be a purpose-driven commitment. But either way, commitment, right? And so if you have that frame in your head, it's like I'm committed. Committed. There's no other choice. There's no other choice outside of, death or betrayal. Like there's nothing. It's like so when the tough times happen with the family and whatever relationship you're dealing with, when the tough times happen, if you have that frame of I'm committed, you understand that this is just tough time and what does it need to be learned. You know the relationship or whatever is kind of safe at this point because you're committed, but so that gives you the space to learn. It gives you the time it takes to learn. And I think that's the same thing with for me, that's the Christian aspect. So it's like if I'm committed to God and I'm going through tough times, it means that I'm showing up in the way that would bring me closer to Him in those tough times, so that when the tough times go away, I'm now closer to Him. And so what I mean by doing things that would bring me closer, once again, this is just one frame, right? Is that if I'm going through a tough time with God's providence and things are happening and I have my free will, I have the free will to motorcycle road rage right here. If some reason somebody cut me off, I have the free will to punch a mirror. I have a free will to escalate. I have a free will to just lash out. I have the free will to be an absolute ass. I also have the free will with God, with studying God's knowledge and everything like that, is to offer grace, offer forgiveness, to safeguard my life with the skills that He's given me because I went out and practiced. I handle the situation without hate and resentment, and I look at it as a learning moment that I just had a close call, and there's more for me to learn. If I go with that route on a motorcycle road rage incident, I'm closer towards acting in a way when things get tough that I will be more godly. If I act in the anger and the frustration and want to punch and hit and I want to be angry and F these people, all these things, that brings me away because He just threw a test at me. And so with framing it in a relationship, if things are getting tough, it's very easy to go down that route of resentment and contempt. Have I dealt with PTSD? Yeah, from firefighting, and then CPTSD from childhood. So when it comes to like a relationship and you're going through a tough time, if you commit to doing what's best for the relationship, even if you're frustrated and upset and you're questioning things, that's natural. What is it that you and your friend or your family or partner, your whatever, can do to still get to that goal? You can cuss each other out. You can, be abusive. You can be demeaning, dismissive, deflect. You can do all like these things. That's not going to bring connection when things settle. Or when things get tough, you can offer grace, offer forgiveness, and if you need to, have some space, but understand that things are going to be fine. And then come back with more trust being built, that when things get tough, that your relationship with whoever you're dealing with, friendship or otherwise, is stronger now. So the goal is to create stronger relationships with God, stronger relationships with yourself, stronger relationships with your friends. Stronger relationship with your skill set when it comes to motorcycle riding. And it really it does come down to commitment and discipline. Sometimes there's failures. That's where accountability and apologies and everything comes in. Because we're not perfect. but there's always that underlying commitment. Horvath, yeah, right. Being men, at least we put such high standards on ourselves that we have no chance of meeting them. Being a man means failing, yeah. And it's really tough when other people put high standards on you too. And it's like I already got like 100 that I put on myself. Yeah, commitment drives responsibility. Absolutely. Something that I was reading on Twitter that reminds me of that is that it's a weird intellectual exercise on this. Is that somebody was talking about romantic relationships, and it's like why a lot of people are having trouble with high standards and whatnot when it comes to romantic relationships is that everyone's wanting that perfect person so that there's no work, there's nothing. It's easy. Reality, that's not the case, but so everyone's like not entering relationships because of that. And there's almost something about committing to an imperfect person that makes that relationship perfect for you. So that, I mean, you can't just find a perfect person now that everything's perfect. Then it's a perfect relationship. You find that imperfect person because everyone's imperfect. You commit, as long as it's like healthy, right? You commit, and then you build the perfect relationship. It's that commitment that allows that. Because if you don't have a commitment and you meet an imperfect person, you start to find the flaws and you start to think this isn't this isn't working. This isn't good. Same thing with friends too, right? Not everyone can be everything for you. Like not one person can be everything for you. That's why you have different relationships, friendships and everything like that too. And you have different friends. I have one friend that we have, like, we do these things, but he does other things that I don't do. So he has friends that do those things, and he doesn't invite me, but I've already told him, it's like, I don't do them, so it doesn't bother me if he doesn't invite me. I tell him to have fun and be safe because I want to continue doing the other stuff like golf and having great conversations. So there is something about, and it goes back to like marriage. This is what I believe marriage is about. Because boyfriend, girlfriend, dating, without being exclusive, like whatever, all those situationships, whatever. This is what I believe marriage is about, is that when you commit, because you're committed now, that's when the real work happens. Like the real work. And if two people are actually committed, they'll make it work. Obviously without betrayal and abuse. That's just, you have to leave that. That's to protect yourself, mentally and physically. But I believe more, because marriage is top, right? I believe like boyfriend, girlfriend, dating, friendships, stuff like that. I still believe there's a level of commitment. Like I'm committing my energy and my time investing into this person with my full heart, with my vulnerability, at stages. You don't want to trauma dump and stuff, at stages, but you're still committed so that you can grow it. I think when people be like, well, I'm not going to commit until marriage, it's like, well, how do you get to marriage then? Like, why would somebody want to marry somebody that's not showing commitment? But now, all of a sudden, you will, if we get married. You have to show a commitment and enthusiasm, wanting to connect prior to show that this is something that I can pull the trigger on. We're going to do this forever. And it's risky. It's risky. It's definitely risky. And I think one of you said, and you are associated with, it was someone said, and take care of yourself, right? Because that's your number one commitment. Shoot, we started this off with responsibilities, focus, and priorities. I guess we can add commitment to it. Commit to yourself first. Well, second, commit to God. For me, okay, so commit to yourself first. For me, commit to God first, commit to myself second. By doing both, it's basically the first priority. So you understand your value and everything like that. And so then when you do start a new relationship, when you start, let's say you're 3 months in, 6 months, 9 months, a year, or whatever, your commitment grows, but you're still committed to it. And then you can take on new responsibilities, new priorities, but your focus is really, it's the same thing. It's on the commitment. And it's tough. It's risky because when you commit to yourself, like, you get all the benefit. Like, you know the outcomes. And this is what I love about being an entrepreneur and a business owner and everything like that, is that when you commit to yourself, you commit to a business, you commit to something like that, the outcome is the outcome. If you failed, you failed. If you succeed, you succeed. And it's all on you. It's all on you. If you succeeded, boom, it was 100% because of you. If you failed, boom, it's 100% because of you. And it's hard in relationships because you can commit to something in a relationship, and guess what? If it fails, it's 50% your fault. If it succeeds, it's 50% your fault. And that's a tough thing to recognize, because if you're doing 50%, if it failed, that means, yeah, 50% your fault, but there's 50% success too. And so it's really tough to be like, if I could just get 100% success, then it'll work. But that means you're kind of controlling and dominating the relationship. So it's tough to let go of that 50% and see where it lies. And that's where I think commitment, we're kind of going full circle with this logic train. When you commit to something, you do put in 100% and you're responsible for 50. Because the only way you're going to get a 50 out of 50, like, let's say 50%, there's 100 points, you can only do 50. It's a group project. You can do 100% of the hard work that you're supposed to be doing. At most, you're going to get 50 points. So if you do like 75% commitment, you're only going to get like 35 points, right? And so it's really tough, because even if you do 100%, you're committed, you think you're doing everything right, maybe you only get 90% right, but still, like, you're doing everything. At most, you're getting an F. At most, you're getting a 50. At least when I was a kid, anything under a 60 was an F. Like 60%. So at most, no matter how hard you work, you're going to get a 50%. You're going to get an F. And that's why it's so important to have a teammate that puts in 100% to get 50%, their 50%, so that you get 100%. Once again, full circle here. I like coming up with different ways of explaining things. Maybe your partner's standard is only 60%. Like they're okay with the relationship getting a D minus. Like they're okay with that. They're a D minus student. But that means that they're only going to put in like 20, 30% commitment to the relationship because they're okay with the D minus. That means that you have to put in 100% to get that D minus while they put in 20 to 30%. And it doesn't feel equal. It doesn't feel good. And you're like, I really want to get 100%. I want to have a 100% relationship. So I need you to put in 100% so you can get your 50 and I can get my 50 and boom, we have 100. And that's where it's like really important to find the person that you're like, okay, do you want to do 100%? Do you want to do 90%? Like, do you want to have a B when it comes to the relationship? You good with a B? Are we average and C students? Okay. Well, then that means we're putting in, well, I mean, we have to be committed, 100%, but maybe the effort and the work, we can just be fine with a C. But that means that I put in 30% or 35%, points, like 35 points, you put in 35 points. Now we have a 70. Now we got a C minus. Maybe let's try a 75. But it can't be like you put in 100%, they only put in, or that you get put in 50 points and they put in 25 points. And it's like, no, that's unequal. It's like I'm carrying the load of this group project. It's like, if we're going to do it, we got to do it equally. We'll do it equally. And there's some times where it's like, I can only put in 15 points today or this week because I'm stressed. It's like, okay, well, then that means I got to put in 50 points and make up the lack, but this can't be forever because I'm going to bust myself to maintain the C average. Because if it gets to an F, we're having problems now. Like, we're not hitting our standard of what a relationship is. And so we need to pause and see what the problem is. Like think about it in school. It's like lack of sleep, playing too many video games, hanging out with friends, going out drinking, not really paying attention to school. What's the disciplines that we need to be doing? Like, what are we failing at? So let's just focus on that. Let's get back to being good students. I do like the idea of, because I want to be 100. I want 100%. I was one of those students. It's like we aim for a 95 or more on tests and homework. Maybe I should be okay with like a B. Because in the fire academy, anything under an 80 is failing. And I was like, I kind of like that. It gives some wiggle room. But you still have to be above average. I think that might be my problem, is that I want 100%. When I should be okay with an 80. Which is nice because if somebody's only able to give 40 points instead of 50 points, it's like that's the max they can do. Well, then that means I can stop trying to get 50 points every day. And I could just do 40. Makes my life a little bit easier. Huh. It's interesting. A little aha moment. 100% commitment, 20% Monday, 30% Tuesday, and 10% 50 to 75%. Yeah. Yeah, 50% divorce stat. I know that. Hopefully you guys learned a little bit. I did. I did. I learned some things. I was journaling out loud. I mean, like I said, I really want like 100% relationship. That means 50-50. Being okay with like, hey, an 80% or higher is good. So that means we're both just putting in 40%. Some days she's 30, some days I'm 50, whatever. You know, it's not a big deal. And so when it comes to the extreme ownership that, you know, Jocko Willink and everyone talks about, and radical honesty and all that stuff, it comes down to, well, what is it that you can do? It means I have to get okay with 80% and relax. And that's tough. That's tough. Because I don't want to give you guys 80%. I don't want to give my friends 80%. I'm used to giving 100% of everything. Gosh, that's another thing is like you give 100%, you're not going to get 100% though. 100% effort does not mean 100% like reward. That's the crazy thing. And that's where I struggle. It's like I'm thinking it's like, well, no, I still got to give 100%, but be okay with only receiving 80. There's more to learn. The Pareto principle really applies to this. You know, 20% of the work receives 80% of the outcome. 80% of the work receives 20% of the outcome. And so like really focusing on the 20% that it really delivers, the 80% needs to be the focus, and then the fluff is the fluff. So something nice though that happened a little while ago is somebody sent me this. In April. I keep forgetting it at home. Sent me a nice little card. And it has kilometers to miles per hour on it. Oh, very nice, Dave. Thank you for the 10. Jurassic Park. Be interesting. I'll check it out. Yeah, somebody gave me, so I don't have to say, somebody helped me out with the America units. I could just look at it. It's like that's 68 miles an hour. 110 kilometers an hour is 68 miles an hour. It's pretty cool. But we're going to get into the classroom. We're going to just teleport. There it is. Go ahead and grab yourself a slice of pizza. Boom. Yeah, it's hard to do in my mind as we go, prodigal. So it was really nice to have a little cheat sheet, which I'll just put right there. Pizza time. I have not ridden a Triumph Rocket 3. Those sound fun. Let's go ahead. Let's get the pen out. But I want to convert it to the Americas. We got a big America audiences. Make sure we got our pen. There it is. Got plenty of ink. Plenty of ink. All right, let's take a look at the intro to this video. Deep thoughts with Dan. It's not a bad idea. I don't know if you guys got any value out of it. I get value out of it because that's how I journal. I mean, I got my journal on my front page on my phone. I mean, it's just a constant journal. And I write And sometimes it's nice, honestly, ChatGPT and a few other the LLMs, the language learning models, they do give some good insight. You can journal in that and it'll talk back to you. Obviously, you want to frame it. It's like, don't enable my bad behavior. You know, speak to me as though you're a therapist or, you know, a mentor. And then, blah, you blurt it out and it'll give you some good insight. But I like to just talk in the journal. And then all of a sudden things pop up. And so that's what I'm doing here. So I'm hoping you guys got some benefit out of like my inner thoughts, and then things might have clicked for you just like they clicked for me. And that's all I do. Like, I'll do that every now and then. I'll do it for a long car ride. Like if I'm traveling across town, I'll do it on a long trip. You know, like guys like to just think when they're driving. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we like to ride motorcycles too, but I really want you guys to focus on riding. Car driving is easy. Being a passenger is easier. We're just kind of sitting in silence in the jacuzzi, going for a long walk and doing that. That's what I like doing. That's why I like being out in nature, so I can do long walks and long hikes and just think. You know, move the body, move everything. Hey, how you doing, Moto Gaga? We give you value. I always end up learning so much more than just motorcycling safety from you, Dan. I look forward to these streams every week. Awesome, Colin. Thank you. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to try to do on Thursdays for the after the ride. And who knows, I might have a different mindset on Thursday. Maybe new information, new everything. And then we can just kind of chat. I might not even have like a title for the live stream. I think I'm just going to show up and then just change the title mid-conversation about what we're talking about. I do want to have for the I do want to switch. Like, we just spent an hour and 45 minutes basically doing this. I do want to make it, once the membership, the online club is established, that the beginnings of these live streams is kind of updates to the membership, and then the after the ride is just the conversation. And it'd be kind of cool to have other people on it instead of just like a stream of consciousness chat. It's more of a talking to someone. I think that'd be kind of cool. Okay, Elad, thanks. Yeah, I need to clean and lube my motorcycle chain too, actually. Probably need to tighten it a little bit. All right, guys, we're going to jump into this one. We're going to jump into this. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the intro looks like. Okay, we got a crash. We got a fault. There's a crash on a curve. That was a highway pool. Oh, that was over the logo's in the way. I was wondering what. So there's nothing there. Something had to have locked up. I want to see what that is. Something must have locked up, because that is too much of a kick. When you go over a bump, you lift your leg up, or you sit up. You don't. Oh, it's right here. But it doesn't normally bump you up that much. Probably slam. Yeah, I'm thinking slam the brakes too.
Hey everyone, we are starting off with the rider who
We're not starting yet. I just want to see this.
In front of him a bit too late, which made him react in panic. Even though the
okay, so slamming the brakes.
He wasn't hurt.
Yeah, there's the brakes. Yeah, slamming the brakes with the bump. Ooh. You have an incident for MotoStars, MotoGaga? Oh, yeah, the car stopped in front of him, so he slammed the brakes with the little bump. That's the case. That's the case. That sucks. It's two different factors kind of coming into one. More factors you add, the higher chance of a crash, and that kind of sucks. All right, so we're going to hit that record button, everybody. Here we go. So 3, 2, 1. What is up, everybody? Dan the Fireman here. We're going to go ahead and jump into this MotoStars video. We're going to be talking about the plan method, trying to see how these people crashed and why they crashed so that we understand it, so we don't make these same mistakes. So this is an educational review. Let's take a look at this.
The rider who noticed the car braking in front of him a bit too late.
Car
which
braking,
made
so
him react
progressive
in panic.
braking is very important
Even though
here.
the fall looked serious, he wasn't hurt.
Okay, we have a real, okay. Oh, there's a nice little endo, up and over. Very painful, so we're talking cervical spine, maybe head injuries here and there. Up and over. So there's the train track. So when you go over train tracks or speed bumps, what you typically want to do if you're just traveling at speed, you're not really slowing down, is that you sit up a little bit off the seat, because once that back end hits the train track or the speed bump, it's going to bump up and compress the shocks. It's going to push the seat up. And if you're just sitting on it, it's going to almost like try to buck you a little bit. So when we have braking involved at the same time, because we weren't necessarily paying attention, braking hard with the front brake and the bump, it's really going to launch you. So multiple factors involved in this crash.
Panic.
So slow it down here. If your space cushion is being diminished because the car in front of you is slowing down, maintain your space cushion by slowing down back here.
Though the fall looked serious, he wasn't hurt.
So paying attention is important. And if you really had to, you could swerve right in here. I mean, you could. It's scary. That truck's going to continue going. This car's going to stop, so you could swerve. But it's a last-second thing, very dangerous. So as smart riders, just in case something bad happens that we don't really have control over or we fail, we acquire and use personal protective equipment just in case. So hands out, not very, I mean, that's a natural instinct, so your hands are going to get kind of thrashed. But no jacket, so his elbows are going to hit next and shoulders are going to hit next. So we're going to have a lot of pain in the arms. And then the face is going to hit. So a full face helmet's very important to protect your airway and your face. So please wear a full face helmet, wear full gear just in case. Maintain your space cushion.
Yeah, I'm good.
The fact that he's able to stand up and he is aware of everything is very good. It means there's no real traumatic brain injury going on. But still, you're going to have a headache probably after something like this. That sucks.
Push it this side over here.
It was very nice of somebody to help. All right, here we go. Oh, chevrons indicating a sharp corner. We're going to go ahead and lean pretty hard. Watch out for that paint. You don't want to go over the paint. And there's the low side. Okay, so low side, we are leaning the bike really far. We have less and less traction the more we lean it. We have the most traction when vertical, so obviously you can't do that in a turn, so you're going to have to lean a little bit. But in order to turn fast, you have to keep leaning and leaning. So the more speed, you're going to have to keep leaning and leaning. So just take it nice and easy. Wait for that straightaway. Okay, it looks like it's an on-ramp. So wait for the straightaway to then pick up most of the speed. I get that it's a lot of fun going through the corner like this because now you're going on the interstate, so you're allowed to speed up. Hey, thanks for the $59.99. Appreciate that. So you can speed up and you can do that. I get it. It's fun. But just wait for that straightaway and then do a highway pull because you have the most traction when you're vertical. So if you're doing this, just understand it's a pretty big risk if you just keep leaning and leaning and leaning and leaning. It could be bad, and then you can possibly get hit by traffic. That's another thing. Okay, if you're gonna be walking on here, walk backwards. Look at the traffic coming at you. Okay? Car's gonna hit you. They might not stop. Okay, so somebody's turning.
Cut in the corner, dude. I'm on a bike.
What's the problem?
You're the problem.
What is the problem?
You're the problem.
Explain me.
So you cut the corner. You know, some people do that.
Explain me how to drive.
Yes.
See, the driver, though, like, if I ever did that, I'm like, oh, shoot, I'm sorry. I wasn't really paying attention. Try to go into your lane. But it is what it is. So, X-Rider official, here we go.
Quite a big mistake, but in a situation required
Okay.
calmness, he
Going pretty fast to residential.
In the end, he managed to get
Kind of dangerous, kind of. Now we're out on the fun road. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So, didn't panic. They're talking to each other on their Cardo Pack Talk edges. You might want to grab one. Links in the description for 10% off. So you got very lucky he didn't panic. He just kind of rode it out. So what happened here, though? Let's take a look. So we start accelerating. Our buddy's up in front. We want to keep up with him, so we're not riding our own ride here.
He managed to get out of it without any major consequence.
So at this point, he starts panicking. You see the bike starting to do this because he's starting to apply the brakes pretty hard. If you just commit to the turn, I mean, I get it that you're going fast. Roll off the throttle. Maybe give it a little bit of front progressive braking, just a little bit to slow yourself down. But commit to the turn. Because once we start getting here, we start looking over here. So if we're not target fixating on the solution, we're target fixating on the problem. Target fixate on the solution. And that's going to hopefully get you out of this. But you can put yourself in this situation by speeding up way too fast. Don't do that.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
And then once he gets to here, a lot of people like to panic. They're like, oh crap. Just coast. Don't apply the brakes too hard or at all. Roll off the throttle and just try to coast. If you want to do engine braking, start downshifting. But you can pull in the clutch and just really coast it. Because you're going to be slowing down anyways. Try to find the line in the road part of the off-road that's not super crazy and bumpy. Try your best to turn, but you can't turn hard because you don't have a lot of traction, especially on grass and gravel like that. We got very lucky. Oh, we didn't see. Okay, so we didn't see what happened, but here we go. So we're going pretty fast. Immediately, you see the speedo? Immediately slammed the brakes or something. So either a mechanical failure or we slammed the brakes because it went from like 100 something to like 0. Could have been mechanical. So if it is a mechanical issue, double check and do a quick pre-ride check on your bike. I wonder if that was the case. Let's go back just a little bit. You see the red? What's that? I mean, it could just be damage. Let's go back. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, I thought this might have like got trapped in the chain or something. Yeah, what's this on the swing arm?
Se me tragó la mercadería en la rueda. ¿Se te tragó eso, no? Sí, se me salió todo, mira.
Oh, that's it, right there. So. He ran over something. So now it's a road surface hazard. So ran over something. It locked up the chain in the flywheel. So now that's why. So it's a bag or something. So watch out for road surface hazards because that can happen. Don't try to run over things. Try to get away from them.
Mira vos.
Might have been his own bag. Saw the saddlebags that he had. All right, big group ride. Everyone's hopefully riding their own ride. It looks like we have a car just kind of cruising through. And honestly, it's not a closed course. You're on public roads. Cars are going to go when it's time for them to go. It's a green light for them. I get it, but now you're just kind of boxing in the driver. He didn't hit anybody. Is that a police officer right there? Doing a wheelie? Interesting little wheelie. Maybe it was a closed course. I don't know, but the cop should have been controlling traffic at that point. I don't know. Kind of weird. All right, 100 miles an hour. I'm assuming, yeah, miles an hour because we're in Indianapolis. So 100 miles an hour, it's definitely higher than flow of traffic. Let's go back to the beginning and just play it. So going higher than the flow of traffic, we have red lights. It means that traffic's slowing down, so slow it down. So they shouldn't have crossed multiple lanes to do it last second, but they did. So good job on the progressive braking at that higher speed, but pay attention because you're going to drop your bike. So good job not colliding, but they didn't see you.
The driver didn't want to miss his exit and crossed multiple
They didn't see you because you're going so fast. So good job with the braking. Was able to handle it. But when you get to this point, don't be doing that. Like, you're going off-road. Go ahead and like, keep yourself safe because now we have this issue and you damaged your bike. So now it's a single-person crash. It's a big old boy. We were talking about the Triumph Rocket in the chat before the stream. And it's heavy. You're kind of stuck. That's a heavy boy. There you go. Put the side stand down. It might sink in the grass, so be careful. Okay, going around a corner. Oh, causes multiple crash. So once again, I say, take these corners a little bit slower. You don't have to lean so hard. I mean, look how hard he's leaning on that. If you're taking it at a slower speed, you don't have to lean as much. Your tires might not be the best. The road might not be the best. Your skill set might not be the best. So don't put yourself in a risky situation. Just slow it down. Enjoy the view. And then when we crash, then we have our buddies crash, or somebody else crashes now. That's not a fun situation. All right, lane filtering. It's filtering because traffic stopped. But now you're in the middle of the intersection. Why are we in the middle of the intersection? It's California, so it's illegal to do that there. Well, he is, honestly, it says lady pointing at the right in the very front saying that's illegal. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can lane split, but you see that white line right there? That's where you're supposed to stop. He's now in the intersection. He crossed the line. So he's not supposed to be doing, these guys aren't supposed to be up here. They're supposed to be back there. So it's not that they're pissed off at the lane splitting or filtering. It's like, what are they doing there? And at the same time, as a car driver, it's like, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. If they get hit, they get hit. It's not me getting hit. I don't know these people. And if they're just going to make a right-handed turn, why don't they just make a right-handed turn? All right, good position for safety. So we talk about the plan method here, right? Positioning for safety, locate, assess, and navigate. This is a great position for safety, and this is why I like to ride closer to this side of the line. It's because look at how much farther you can view. That's also your escape path if you need to. You can see when this person brakes versus waiting to see when this person brakes. So I get to react off of this person versus this person. But this way you have good line of sight also. It's very important to have good line of sight. See how they're braking? So now we can slow it down. They're braking, they're going to slow down because they're slowing down. So if we saw them first, we can slow down and maintain.
A really dangerous situation. The
Side of the vehicle, we're moving on. 30 miles per hour, we're going 48. So we're going to the higher than speed limit, higher than the flow of traffic. People are anticipating us going 30, so they're making decisions off somebody going 30. They should be making decisions off of what they see, but it's hard to see motorcyclists and gauge their speed because they're such a small object. It's easier to do that with cars. That's what car drivers are trained for.
Who was so
let's see what happens
that
here.
He couldn't brake in time.
Left turners. And that bike is destroyed. Imagine his body, though. Let's take a look at what happened here. So they weren't anticipating somebody going 45, 48 miles an hour. They thought they could do it because they had more time, but we're going 50% faster than what they think that we're going. There's not much you could do at this point outside of prior to going the speed limit. So whenever you see crashes like this in the newspaper or in the news and they're like speed was a factor, that's what they're talking about, is that you're going 50% faster than the flow of traffic. Speed was a factor in that. Yeah, the car shouldn't have done it, but it doesn't matter when your bike's destroyed. All right, what do we got here? Okay. We're just riding, cruising, nice beard. No helmet, don't recommend that. No gear. Person switched lanes. What do you think happened there? Why would they switch lanes randomly? We talk about it all the time. Open lane pattern. They were stuck behind the white vehicle, switched lanes, didn't see us. We do that all the time when we're riding and driving. We switch lanes, but we check. We do a head check. So yeah, people don't pay attention. They didn't pay attention. He just switched over because he saw an open lane. It's okay. Relax. You handled it. You swerved out of the way. Good job navigating that. All right. Oh, geez. That was a funny little noise that he made. So right there, we're speeding, we're passing somebody, and we hit a bump because of the road repair. And that's what caused it. So now the steering dampener that he has really didn't do much. Or maybe it did. Maybe it would have been a lot worse if he didn't have that. All right, that person shouldn't have done that. So good job kind of navigating around it. They're going to switch over because they want to go straight and they don't want to be stuck behind those people. You don't have to honk. If you're going to switch the other lane, you're in the other lane. You don't need to tell them to get back in their lane. They could just take it. You moved over. Not a big deal. Okay, lane filtering. Now it's a green light, so you have to kind of go in. Nope.
I never thought that would ever happen.
Good job applying the brakes, but that's why you don't accelerate through intersections. Idiot driver. He made a left-handed turn. It's not a big deal. Just Slow down your speed. Approach it a little bit easier. All right, we're going through here. Oh, definitely. So you see headlights, right? You see headlights in your lane. That's not common. You're not supposed to have that. So when it comes to planning your ride, what we can do here is now we located and assess, and this is an active threat. So we have to put ourselves in a new position for safety. What we can start doing now is offering them an opportunity to get back in their lane by slowing down, applying the brakes so we don't catch up to them super quick. Move over to the right. So slow down and move over to the right. This gives them the opportunity to do this. Now, should they be doing this in the first place? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they should be doing this in the... We already know the answer. We know they're not supposed to. It's a double yellow. They're not supposed to be doing this. It doesn't matter. They're doing it. That's life. It just happens. What do we do now? How do we respond? Do we speed up and try to piss them off and get pissed because we're pissed off and like make it so they can't get back in their lane and so they understand they shouldn't be? It doesn't matter. Our job is to make ourselves safe, put ourselves in a new position for safety, give them an opportunity to get back in their lane so nobody gets hit. That's how you solve the problem. You could be upset. I'm not saying don't be upset. You go ahead and be upset. Be upset. Go ahead. But solve the problem first. Now be upset. Now he solved it. Now be upset. But there's no reason to go back and like cause problems. Okay.
What in the hell was that?
So he cut him off. It is what it is. They're having a bad day, yeah. All right. Is that the same person? Yeah, same person. Let the idiot be in front. Let the idiot be in front. Oh. Trying to swerve around? That's not very smart. Don't do that. All right, intersection. They just ran a stop sign. It's a four-way stop. Good job recognizing that. It's an intersection, so it's a hazardous situation. And just kind of let them have it. So we have a trike right here. So they come out into our lane. They're supposed to go in the first available lane. Just roll up the throttle, apply a little bit of brakes. Not a big deal. So we're coming up to here, San Bernardino. I love the view. Oh, got lucky. Got very lucky. We locked up the brakes, started sliding. So we're coming around a corner. It's a blind corner. We don't have good line of sight. So take it nice and easy. Anticipate a possible problem. So cover the brakes and everything. And like, what is your escape? You know, what position do you want to be in? Like if somebody is in my lane, because this is what typical happens, right? We watch this all the time. It's usually someone in our lane. What are we going to do if someone's in our lane? It's small, but you can always make that escape. Because car drivers, they want to be in lanes. They want to be in the lane. They don't want to come over here. We can. So that's always a good escape. How to get to it in the middle of a turn, that's where your practice of emergency swerves come into play. So if you've practiced, you know how to do it, you should be good to go. So we come up to here, we immediately slam the brakes, okay? We don't have to. We can just roll off the throttle and apply a little bit of progressive brake pressure because it's kind of relatively straight. And then we can see what's about to happen. And it's like, okay, now that I'm watching this, I'm observing, where's my escape? Where's the new thing? How am I going to navigate into a new position for safety? Like, where can I go? I can go to the right because they're going left. And then you make that choice. So at no point was that person, you know, like, I mean, yeah, okay, it was a turn, so it was an intersection. So they were in your path of travel, but you have an option here. All right, my fault here was that I've noticed it a bit too late. Could have avoided it altogether. Okay. Maybe English second language. Okay, they're supposed to go in the first available lane. So instead of rev bombing in that situation, let's go ahead and take a look at that again. We can do an emergency acceleration. So 2 right-handed turns. We're supposed to stop. You saw the stop sign. We didn't stop. So at this point, this is in Israel. They're supposed to be in the first available lane. You take your lane. They come into here. We can either emergency accelerate out, or we can apply the brakes to let them in. That's really the only options we have. Rev bombing is going to make you stay side by side with them. because you're removing power from the rear wheel, giving it throttle and making noise, but you're just kind of coasting, and they're going to coast into you too. So you want to get yourself out or allow them in. Because if they continued, you would have had an issue. All right, ooh, getting kind of right up there. Child would have been very unhappy with what? What'd I miss? Baby on board? Is that what we're looking at? The sign? Baby on board? He's a rider in your group, Elad? Interesting. I don't even know what's going on here. Why would the other guy get out of the car? What are we trying to do here? There's no reason to... Oh, there's something on the top. Oh, that's what we're looking at. The toy on the roof. Oh, iPad. That's dangerous and nice. That's why people are getting out. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. That's a nice thing to do. It's nice to see that every now and then. Where's some gear, though? Where's some gear? My second okay, if it's a motorcycle accident, what are we doing here? Is this an e-bike? I can see that. That looks fun. Oh. Yeah, we got off-road a little bit, hit that little bump or that concrete in the grass. In Tucson, we have something called the Loop, and it's pavement, basically, and it goes along like a dry river, if that makes any sense, a dry bed. And it goes all over Tucson. It's really cool. It's on both sides, and people can take their bikes. They can walk. E-bikes at a certain speed and level, and it's really beautiful. So I would love to do this, but going a little too fast. Make sure you do that turn though. It turns, so make sure you do the turn, because we hit that little crack and we fell over. Hopefully he's not taking a motorcycle on this. That's not good. Without the right gear, even low speed fall can leave painful damage right prepared. Okay. Here we go. So this is like the dragon. So we're having fun. This person's letting the bikers go. Pretty cool. We're going pretty decent speed. Not bad at all. We're just kind of cruising. I love it. I would love to do this. Just kind of going back and forth. Oh, somebody else crashed. So how do we rescue this person? Looks like they're walking wounded. Not a big deal. They just need to get help with the bike, so we can help with there. But double check any damage. Great U-turn, by the way.
Great.
We still have some of the older Smart Rider drills. You get the new digital download of 24 drills. So check it out. Links in the store for that. You can practice your U-turns and get really good at it. So I'm sure he's pretty good at his U-turns. Don't know if he's doing the drills, but he'd get a lot better doing that. So right here, so just kind of cruising on his Grom, sees a crash. Did a head check. Make sure nobody's around the corner. Go ahead and get yourself out of there in a new... So ensure your own safety, look for hazards.
Oh.
So he's insured his own safety, he's double checking. So he fell on his left side. Let's see if there's any road rash there. So on the elbow, you see a little bit of discoloration. See how it's a little bit more white? So we took off a little bit of the epidermis.
Look at my skid.
Yeah, nice little skid, a little low side on the right side, fell over. And then there you go. Move your bike off into a better position.
I have no idea where my shoe went.
Yeah, your shoes disappeared. Not a big deal. But with that said, hope you guys ride safe, be safe. We are launching the Smart Rider crew, so make sure you guys join up and enjoy it, because we got some more courses. We're going to have some courses coming out, and then we do the After the Ride on Thursday. But thank you so much for those that have become founders. There's a link in the description for a founders membership. That's going to end soon. That's 50% off of the yearly membership. And we're going to be launching an online motorcycle club, guys. With that said, hope you guys ride safe, be safe, and I'll see you guys on the next live stream. There it is. That's number 1. We got another. We got another. Whew. We got another. What have I covered? Front brake? Oh, trail braking? You kind of already do that in the car already. When you're going through a turn, you kind of apply a little bit of brakes to slow yourself down and make that turn. That's the same thing with the motorcycle with the front brake. You're just kind of giving yourself a little bit of braking through the turn, and then you're kind of going. It's the same process, but some people put too much front brake. In a car, if you give it too much brake pedal, you kind of slow down in the turn, and then you have to like give it some speed or whatever. But if you use too much front brake on a motorcycle, you're gonna have two wheels, and you're leaning, and so if you give it too much, you fall. So that's why it's more of an intermediate advanced skill. It's better just as a beginner to slow down before the turn and just kind of give it a little bit of throttle through the turn. If you want to go fast and you go through the corner, you start turning, you're applying the brakes before the turn and a little bit through the turn, and then you give it throttle on the way out. That allows you to enter the corner a little bit faster while putting more weight on the front tire for better traction. That works great if you want to make these turns faster. I prefer just to kind of cruise through turns. I don't want to go nuts. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Tired. Kind of mentally exhausted, and I gotta pee. Guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. There we are. I washed my hands. You guys talking about peeing? We got another one. All right, guys, we're going to jump into this one. Let's take a look at what this one looks like. Oh, we lost the fender. A little bit of a crash.
Hello.
All right. Not too bad. Got some of the norms. Some of the norms. Some of the norms. Is the new ride supposed to master... Is a new rider supposed to master in the first... You don't... I mean, you're constantly learning. First 2,000 miles is still kind of new. Shoot, you can still learn after 100,000 miles. It all depends on what you want to learn. Mileage doesn't mean much. You can learn more than 50 miles and some people can learn in 50,000. It all depends on like how focused you are. Make a grip joke. Jeez. So we're going to jump into this one, everybody. We're going to hit that record button in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, we're going to be watching this MotoStars video, but we're going to be going over it with an educational spin because we want to know what happened, how it happened. We're going to be utilizing the plan method so that we understand and we can apply it to this. So let's pay attention to see what these people do.
Today we are starting with a situation.
Hello.
This rider decided not to stay indifferent. He stepped in to stop the driver who hit the elderly man.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's an impact. Ooh, that's a lot of pain, a lot of in the back. So, I mean, you do what you want to do when it comes to that. I mean, just getting the license plate is one thing. Good for them, but you're putting yourself in a dangerous spot. So just be aware that you're taking a risk right there. Yep, just like that. All right. That's pretty much it. Like, you can do whatever you want. The person's going pretty fast. They know what they did. You got their license plate. Hopefully the cops will do a good job on that. My main concern is that that old guy that got hit. I want to make sure he's doing fine. Yeah, she ran over him. She knows what she did. He's trying to get the keys. Yeah, it's a big incident. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Not much there. All right, so we're riding, having a good time. Nice, easy ride. That's why I like to use my GPS like that. Oh. That's how we lost the fender. There's a little deer. So I use my GPS like that. I have a rock form mount. I like to have the GPS so I can see when the turns are coming up. There's a link in the description for 20% off. Not much you could do in this situation. The deer kind of came out of nowhere. Let's see if we can get it right on the frame without the blur. There it is. Not much you could do in that. That sucks. This is why we wear gear just in case. You know, we crash, we acquire and use personal protective equipment. Because if we hit the ground, we want to mitigate our types of injuries. But not much you could do in that. Thankfully, he kept the bike up. Fender kind of got tore up a little bit. Good job with the brakes. Apparently, I have the shittiest bad luck. I'm completely uninjured and looks like I just need lights and fairings. Could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. He probably would have needed new gear, maybe a hospital visit if he crashed and hit the ground. Bike could have been destroyed. Deer's probably dead a couple hundred yards that way. But could have been a lot worse.
No!
If you're not good at shooting and hunting, I mean, if you run things over, it's the same thing. A little tender.
Ah, damn it!
Yeah. bad. It sucks. All right. Oh, looks like we were going a little too fast, and we made it onto the shoulder. Very good. Let's take a look. So this is the moment. I mean, I see 2 digits, so it's probably high 2 digits. We see a blind corner. We start to panic just a little bit. So we start applying the brakes, and he chose an escape to being right here when we could have hopefully just tried to maintain the turn as best we can, slowing down as much as we can here and then trying to make the turn. But one thing that we could do so that we don't get in this position is that when we see a turn coming up with all the signs is to slow it down back there, way back there, so that we don't get ourselves in this position. But a lot of people like to speed, and this is one of the risks that you take when it comes to that. So just cruise. Just cruise. Enjoy the ride. He saved it, but he didn't. Oh, geez. Up and over, and there's going to be the impact on the butt. Broken wheel rims, lessons learned. Okay. That sucks. Thankfully, nothing too bad. All right, so
This rider happened to be in the wrong
we're just
place
cruising
at the wrong
on
time,
the
but
highway.
he managed to escape serious trouble
Why is it
just
so
in time.
dark? Oh, there's an impact on the car. So once you see something like this, roll off throttle, apply some progressive braking. You don't know if they're going to be in your way. And if you have to, start swerving out of the way. Good job with the swerve. Things like that happen, but this is why you need to have those emergency skills available to you, and you need to practice. You need to practice that. But it's best to, as soon as you see something like that, apply some of the brakes, and then all of a sudden you can now have more of an observation of what's happening, and then you can start making adjustments to that. So that's the whole point of plan, is that something that you locate, assess, and now you have to navigate. So navigate some braking to put yourself in a new position. Observe a little bit. Now locate more of this stuff. Is it a relevant threat? Is it just over on the right, or is it coming into my lane? If it is, you have to navigate the new one. And now you might have to emergency swerve. You want to buy yourself some time to have some thinking power also, if you can. Sometimes you just have to do an instinctual thing, and that's where swerving and braking really comes in. You don't want to instinctually slam the brakes. You don't want to instinctually swerve into a guardrail. So having that skill set is very important. That's a high impact. And you can also stop and see if they need help, and you can rescue them. But they might not have any major bleeds or anything like that. It's just probably, yeah, see how they're going all over? Probably just like whiplash and everything. Oh, side of the vehicle. Oh, geez. So we're coming through an intersection. It's green for us. We probably didn't anticipate this happening. That person was not supposed to do that. But you see like the side of the vehicle a little bit back here in between the vehicles. That's why I always look for that pattern. And if they're moving, he's not staying there and he's moving, that's when I know I should start applying the brakes right now. So he applied the brakes, started sliding, and then had an impact. Overall, not good. So we're lane splitting here. People are trying to get on the on-ramp to the interstate. And there's that open lane pattern. Good job with the braking, but we're going a little fast. Going a little fast in the lane splitting. Slow it down a little bit. Watch out for those big open gaps. There's an open gap right there. Watch out for these open gaps. People want to take those, especially if they're getting slow in their lane. Barely touched his bumper. Got very lucky. Good job with the brakes, though. Just going a little too fast, that's all. What do we got? Oh. I think it froze a little bit. There we go. What do we got here? Oh, illegal U-turn, up and over. Let's take a look. So they did an illegal U-turn, we collided. I need a thumbnail too. Yeah, thankfully it was a slow speed. She has a helmet on. Wear some full gear. She's pissed. That was a nice soft landing on the car, you're right. Okay, going a little wide in the corner. Going a little wide in the corner, trying to keep up with our buddy up there. Talking your Cardo Pack Talks. You know, got links in the description for 10% off. If we're going too fast for our skill set, slow it down. Just talk to him. Be like, hey, I can't keep up. And so we went a little wide. Got a little dirty. Hopefully, no injuries. But he's not wearing any gear.
He spaced out and tried to brake, but was simply going way too fast, and there was too much dirt on the road.
So we're going 60. That's an easy turn, too. You just got to pay attention. So that's probably what happened. He's just going too fast, not paying attention. And we were going 60, and it's a 30-mile-an-hour road.
There's too much dirt on the road.
So the roads are designed for the speed limit. And then they make adjustments to the speed limit if people are crashing a lot. So keep an eye out for that, because there's a reason why the speed limit's there. It's not to be like, oh, you can't do this. You're not supposed to. It's like, no, this is kind of like, it's a safety thing. It's designed this way. And it's designed for cars. So I get it. Motorcycles, I could do faster than a car. Well, you start running into problems like this.
We'll get the bike so you can sit down. We'll get your bike for you.
Yeah, so have them sit down. They'll get the bike. That's nice. Because you don't know if your injury.
Take it easy for a while. Yeah.
Oh, geez. And we looped it. So there is the back and the coccyx, his tailbone. Right shoulder. Now we're sliding across the ground. We got road rash across our butt and our arms and our legs. And we're going to hit our head right here. Boom. Hit our head right on the face. That's why it's important to have that full face. And our buddy's now crashing. So we're going to have an issue here. He's going to slide. Yeah, surf it. And there's the back. And then it doesn't show it, but you see how the head is starting to launch backwards. So the back of the head's getting hit. That's not good. So have your helmet, guys. So I was normally riding until I saw this. Okay, let's see what happens. So it's a green, not a big deal. What's going on? Oh, what do we got there?
Piece of cap sauce.
Oh, don't do this, because now you're going 100 something and you can't see as far as your headlights. It's well lit, that's fine, but it's a little dangerous. I noticed this truck is getting really close. Okay, so behind you, they're getting a little close. Doesn't bother me too much. That's not that close. That's not that close. It's not that close.
Huh?
What?
You said what? He laid down?
Oh. Time to do a U-turn. See, that's why you guys talk on your Cardos. If it's really his buddy, talk on your Cardos and you can hear him crash. And he'll say like, oh, I crashed, and you'll be able to hear it. So he's still on the ground, so his leg is stuck. Ooh.
Yo!
We're gonna see some injuries here. Let's take a look. Hopefully they didn't blur it. All right. So look at the right shoulder. He's got some flesh missing. Right forearm, got some flesh missing. So that's road rash right there. That's level 2.
Bro!
I'm good, man. Thank you.
No, you're not good. Oh, what happened?
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I wonder what happened, because let's take a look back here. So it looks like it's a small turn. And he maybe was applying the brakes coming into that turn, and then he basically fell over. Well, no, because he got road rash. So he was sliding. He was sliding.
Oh.
I'm good, man. Thank you.
No, you're not good.
So check for any major bleeds.
What happened?
Ninja noob, welcome. So he had a helmet, but it's on the ground. He's not getting up, so I don't know if he took it off or that's just...
So, like, did it low side out from underneath you and you slid, or did you go this way and, like, flip?
Get off the road. Get off the road. Get on the sidewalk. Talk on the sidewalk.
Off I went.
What the?
So yeah, a little low side. Oof. I'll check for any major bleeds, but you should be fine. All right, so we're racing through the canyons.
The rider was going way too fast and didn't even notice the speed bump.
Yeah, because the shade's probably blocking a lot of it. Okay, so we're coming up to the intersection, so there's some speed bumps and stuff. Well, where's the speed bump? I think it was more the side of the vehicle kind of popped out. Side of the vehicle popped out. We were coming up to an intersection. We're riding here. We're just kind of doing our thing. We're having fun. And then we get up to here, and you start to see road signage. And that's one of those things that if you start seeing road signage, guys, this is why I have my phone on my handlebars. Because I have the GPS going, and it shows, hey, guess what? There's other roads popping in. Because when I'm on the curves, it's like it's just that one road, right? And all of a sudden, there's more roads. Like, what is this? That's going to let you know ahead of time. You just glance at it. You don't stare at it. You glance at it. You're focused on riding. Obviously, I'm not speeding like this, but you're just like glancing at it. And then if you don't have your GPS, okay, you have your phone in your pocket. You don't see it. You hear it. Okay, not a big deal. We get up to here. You start seeing all these other signs before, like you can't even see. Like pretend this is our vision. You can't really see what's happening. Like, but you see the signs. Slow it down. Intersections are hazardous situations for motorcycle riders. You have to locate those hazardous situations. Is there any relevant threats? Well, there's a side of the vehicle. He immediately responds. It's very good, so we have to navigate. So what he's navigating to put himself into a new position for safety, because he's already swerving right, is applying the brakes and swerving a little bit. Now, how hard is it when it comes to total stopping distance to slow down and stop when you're going super fast? It's pretty hard. You're not going to be able to do it. You're going to need a lot of distance to do that if you're going really fast. If you're going slow, you need a little bit of distance. You're practicing in a parking lot friction zone, you just barely press the brakes, you stop. So like the distance is this. If you go 20, the distance is a lot farther. You go 40, 50, 60, 80, 100, 150, it's much farther. So if you're speeding really hard, or really fast, you're not going to be able to stop or slow down enough before that vehicle right there. So that's why I'm saying slow it down, especially when you start seeing signage. So we see this, we're having fun, right? No other vehicles.
Was going way too fast.
Whatever.
And didn't even know
You do your
the
thing.
Speed bump.
There's no speed bump. So we're coming up to here. We see signage now. And if we have our GPS, we can see. We should have been slowing down during that moment from pause to pause because we're coming into a hazardous situation. But we didn't. Okay, so now let's say you're stuck in this position, right? So I'm telling you what you should be doing. It's up to you if you want to do it. Okay? Let's say you're doing this now. What do? You find that escape as best as you can at a high speed. You do your best. You made a mistake. How do you fix it? We can't blame the car. That's not going to fix our problem right now. We can't blame ourselves right now. We have to fix the problem right now. Afterwards, figure out what you did wrong. And that's what we're doing with these videos. Is we're figuring out what went right, what went wrong, so that we don't make the same mistakes as somebody living it. So if we're watching this and we're speeding, find the escape path. Get yourself into that escape path as best you can. How do you go from this into the escape path? So now we're talking about skills, right? An emergency swerve. So practice your emergency swerves and practice your emergency braking and practice your emergency accelerations because sometimes you have to accelerate yourself out of there. So it doesn't matter at anything. It comes back to skill. And if you practice and practice and practice and practice, or you watch this, you kind of know what you need to practice. You practice. If something happens, you have the skill to get yourself out of it. And we see a lot of people get in these situations, and we've seen it in some of these crash videos, where they get into this situation, they see the vehicle, they panic, they stay in this line, they start slamming the brakes, and then they low side before they even hit the car, and then they hit the car. They had to layer down. That's because they didn't practice. You need to practice. Save yourself. Or don't put yourself in the position to have to do this. So it's a 2-layer. So anybody understand the Swiss cheese method of risk management? So let's go and take a look. Swiss cheese risk model. Okay, Swiss cheese. Okay, so here's the hazard. Here's one of the skill sets that you have, right? Engineering controls. This is for engineering stuff. It might be blocked by one of your skills, but it's still going to go through. Well, you need another skill. It still might go through. You need another skill. It still might go through. But on some of these, like it might get blocked on this skill. So when it comes to this, like the car's pulling out right here, right? The car's pulling out. Here it is. If we're speeding, we're going to have an issue. If we know how to brake and swerve, or if we know how to brake, we still might have that issue. If we know how to swerve, it might end right here, and the consequence is that you avoided an accident. So here's the thing. Car's pulling out. Let's say you're not speeding. Guess what? It ends right there. Or maybe it just ends right there. So how about we don't speed? So car pulls out. Let's say we have good braking. Still, it's not going to solve the problem, but we're not speeding, so it ends right there. You need multiple different disciplines, multiple different things that you can do to solve your problem. It's not one fits all. So speeding, yes, will help the situation, but it'll help you because it's going to be easier to swerve, and your total stopping distance is going to be a lot easier to manage that. So the more layers you have, so you want to prevent, you want to be able to respond. If the prevention doesn't work, your response should work. If the response doesn't work and it's just out of your hands, you did the best you can. And that's why as smart riders, we acquire and use personal protective equipment, because if the prevention doesn't work, the response doesn't work, nothing works, your gear is hopefully going to protect your body. I don't know why I felt so excited about this one, but got very lucky. So, all right. So good position for safety. You see how you can see the ambulance or whatever in the front? So if they applied the brakes, we can apply the brakes before the blue car. The person's coming in our lane. Roll off the throttle. Move over to the left. It's not a big deal. Let them in. They're going to win even though they have the smallest car ever. You're on a motorcycle. This thing still weighs 1,000 pounds more than you. So just let them in. Not a big deal. Be pissed off after that. It's fine. Oh, lost traction. Okay, so what happened here? It's Nocturnal Racer. Same person as this one? Yep. Nocturnal Racer. Nocturnal Racer. Okay, so speed is a thing that this person loves, and that's fine, okay? So we're speeding through the corner. We lost a little traction on our tires, and then it gains traction, lost traction, gain traction, lost traction, kind of like ABS. That's what it does. So if you don't have ABS and you slam the brakes and you start to slide, it's not grabbing, it doesn't have any traction, so it's sliding. Okay? It's kind of like those those sliders for furniture on carpet. You put it underneath, there's no traction, so it slides. But if you don't have that on, it's not going to slide, like heavy furniture. So when you apply the brakes too hard, it's basically like putting little footers on that furniture, and it's just going to slide. Okay? So when you have ABS, what it's doing is it's sliding, grabbing traction, sliding, grabbing traction, sliding, grabbing traction. It's preventing a full slide and loss of balance. And so you're still, losing traction. So in this, with the turn, I don't know if he has traction control or assistance for the turning. The FTR and a few other really good bikes have that traction control, lean angle traction control. What's happening here is that it's losing traction and it's gaining traction, losing traction, gaining traction, losing traction, gaining traction on the turn. That's why it's doing that. Instead of just completely falling down in a low side, which means complete loss of traction, it's gaining, losing, gaining, losing, gaining, losing. That's why you're doing this. And it's scary, but sometimes it can be better. In this situation, I think so. Be better than just actually crashing, because you'd hit the guardrail at high speed and we'd have a lot of injuries there. So now that we gained traction, we're aimed towards the cars. This is where you have to be very aware and be cautious, not panic, because when you panic, you either freeze, fawn, fight, or flee. It's a trauma response. It's a panicked response. And so you can freeze and just keep aiming. You can flee out of there. You can try to fight it. Some of it doesn't apply, but you can freeze is what I'm trying to get at. You can completely freeze and go aiming towards this. That's why you have to pull yourself out of that emergency panic situation and lean on your training So if you've been riding for a while, you start to lean on your training as a firefighter. It's a very panicked and very intense situation going into a fire. It's a very life and death situation, and you have a lot of skills that you've been training 20 hours a month for years, and in the fire academy, and just a bunch of stuff. You stick to your training because that's what's going to save you. You don't really want to think too much, and so we just focus on the training involved. And if you don't have any training, imagine going into a house fire with zero training. What are you going to do? You're going to wing it, and it's probably going to be wrong. And so with motorcycle riding, if you've trained and focused, and every ride you treat it like it's a training session, not just I'm going to ride and I'm just going to enjoy this and just not pay attention. If you're actually focused, hey, there's a pothole up ahead, I'm going to practice my swerve. I'm going to aim for it and then swerve around it. Hey, I got a swerve practice. Practice, so that when something, an emergency where your brain goes into a panic, you can just lean on your training. So here, he's probably been riding like crazy for so long that he's been into a lot of these situations. So now he's able to pull himself out of some of these things pretty easily. It's just that when you put yourself in a lot of situations, you need to have more training. It's just that, if I go into 1,000 fires, maybe one of them's going to be it. Maybe if I go into one fire and that's it, I'd be fine. So the more you do things, the more exposure, the more risks that you take. Either way, what I'm trying to get at, train, guys. Just train, because you get up to this point, see how he's able to pull himself out of it. Okay, so we're coming up to here. It's a decent position. So hey, open lane pattern. You guys see that? We talk about it all the time. I love it when the motorcyclist does it so I can show you. Guess what, guys? It's not the car drivers. It's road behavior. We're teaching road behavior in here. It's not car behavior. It's not motorcycle behavior. It's road behavior. And a lot of people have bad behaviors. Some people don't do head checks. He did a head check. So here, take a look. He's on fire now. So we're coming up to here. Our lane is slow. We don't like it. Hey, look at it. It's an open lane over to the right. Hey, it's a right turn, but, maybe I'll cut in. But still, look, open lane. I love it. I want to do that. There's the head check. He did a head check. Car drivers tend to not do that. I get it. Let's just pretend motorcycle riders are better than car drivers. Let's just have fun with that. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. But did a head check. Very good. Switched over. And that's probably why, because he's rolling up to a motorcycle crash. But still, did an open lane to get into that. That's a great open lane pattern. So now it's turning into a rolling up on a motorcycle crash. So you see a motorcycle crash, what do we do? What can we do? So first, remain calm. Sounds like maybe that's why he switched lanes. So he's remaining calm, switching lanes. Perfect. Ensuring his own safety, did a head check. Love it. Love that. So looking for hazards, right? Now, when we get up to here, we want to be able to stop any major bleeds, if there are major bleeds. If there's no major bleeds, and it's just kind of a capillary bleed where it's just kind of oozing. You know how you cut your hand a little bit, and it's just like all of a sudden you're like, oh, I didn't know I cut my hand. There's like a little bit of blood. That's a capillary bleed. If for me specifically, when I shave, sometimes I nick a mole or I cut myself a little bit, and all of a sudden it's just like dripping. That's a venous bleed. Now, arterial, you have arteries in your hands and your arms. It's not just like the major ones. You have the vena cava, or not that. You have the aorta down the back, bifurcates into your pelvis, goes next to your femurs. That's why it's very dangerous for pelvic injuries, because it can snap and rip that up, and you're dead in a minute. You have a bunch of little capillaries in your skull, in your brain, and everywhere. So the difference between an arterial bleed and a venous bleed is a venous bleed will just kind of ooze. It'll just kind of come down. It'll just because I'm shaved my head wrong, and it's just like coming down. It just won't stop until you put pressure on it. It'll slowly stop. Arterial bleeds will pulse with your heartbeat. It'll shoot out a little bit, or it'll kind of bubble up quick, depending on how big of the cut is. That is something you want to stop. That is something you want to put direct pressure on. If it's an arm, if they're doing that here, this is your AC, it's the arterial right here. And when you donate blood, if it's bleeding out on an artery, do a hasty tourniquet up high and tight. Okay. Same thing with the leg. Something happens, hasty tourniquet, high and tight. Let the hospital deal with a lot of that stuff. If it's a big wound in the junctional areas, like up here, you can't put a tourniquet right here. If they're bleeding on the head, don't put a tourniquet around their neck, guys. I know it's a joke. I know you Marines like to do that. Neat crayons. But if it's like here, you can learn how to pack the wound. Take a stop to bleed class. They'll really teach you how to do that. If you want to get the rescue booklet, there's a very brief mention of it, but in the very back of the rescue booklet, there's Prep Medic. There's a QR code. In fact, if you can, go ahead and pause it, screenshot it, or however you want to get. If you're watching this on the TV, screenshot that. Okay. So learn how to pack the wound. That's important. And then quickly assess the severity. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's the back of the rescue card. Okay. You get a rescue card if you get this at the store too. I'll throw it in there. It's on the back. And all this is just explaining what a head injury symptom is, spinal cord shock symptoms, and then pretty much what you can do. And it's just stop any external bleeding, lay them down, monitor any changes, and keep them warm. Okay, so if you have a space blanket or something like that, like a camping blanket, emergency blanket, that's really good if it's cold out. If it's hot out, they're fine. But if they're disoriented, nausea, vomiting, vision impairment, loss of balance, or persistent headache, they probably have a TBI. You don't want to put them, or you don't want to let them ride again. You want to lay them down, because if they get up and they can lose blood pressure or whatever because they have other issues, they fall down, hit their head again, that's a secondary TBI, and you don't want to have one of those. Post-concussion syndrome is very real. It's not good. If you have a concussion again within like 2 weeks after the first concussion, it's very deadly. So you really want to lay them down. Same thing with a spinal cord injury. If they're saying they have tingling and stuff on their legs and their arms, lay them down on their back on the ground. Guess what? The ground is a spine board. It's a splint for your back. If you lay them on the back or on the ground, it's flat. So it's going to act as a splint for their spine. Shock symptoms, that's usually late. That's usually if they're losing a lot of blood, all of a sudden they're not compensating anymore. I'm kind of diving deep here. Not compensating anymore. So then all of a sudden their blood pressure completely drops. They're not getting blood pressure nutrients to the brain. So they start to go into death spiral. And so the only thing you can really do in that situation is stop bleeds. That's why it's so important to stop major bleeds so that they don't go into shock. There's different kinds of shock. This is hemovolemic shock. There's spinal cord stuff shock. There's neurogenic shock. That's what I mean. Septic shock is when you get an infection that basically destroys your body. There's a bunch of different kinds, but what we're focused on, hypovolemic shock. And so how you can see that is if they get pale, cool, clammy skin, profuse sweating. So the profuse sweating, I'm just diving in. I'm having fun here. It's called diaphoresis. So diaphoresis, imagine, so sweat, you think sweating, right? You see people that are sweating. It's like, oh, they're sweaty. And it's like, oh, that's a lot of sweat, but they're sweaty. Diaphoresis and the profuse sweating, what that is imagine you just stepped out of the shower without a towel and you're just like, water. You just got out of the pool and you're just like, it's like, it looks like like somebody just dumped a bucket on you and you're just dripping. That happens if you see that when somebody's after a crash and they're just like, dude, it looks like you just got out of the pool. Like, that's bad. They're going into shock. And so if they might be bleeding out, stop the bleed. If it's a spinal cord injury or something like that and you can't fix it, we're having a tough time. They might not make it unless EMS shows up on scene real quick and gives them like a lot of fluid. Because if their arterioles and their circulatory system collapses, that means their heart's not going to be able to work well. It means their organ tissue is going to start dying. It means that their brain's going to start dying pretty soon. So once again, I'm going to keep going. So when it comes, think of like your circulatory system as like a water pump, hoses, and water. Okay, the water pump is your heart. The hoses are your arterioles and arteries and veins and capillaries, and then the water itself is the blood. So the pump can be running, if there's no water in the system or not enough water in the system, it's not going to be able to pump any water around. If there's a cut in the hose, it's just going to keep leaking until there's no water because it's going to keep pumping the water out. If the hose is kinked or the hoses are just gone because it got lacerated or whatever, the pump's not going to work. And after a while with a water pump, if you guys know this, like, it does need to have some pressure. It needs to be able to pump water, because once it doesn't get enough water into that first inlet to go to the outlet, it'll just shut down, or it'll burn itself out until it shuts down. So with a crash like this, and that's another thing, is if the pump stops or it's damaged, well, it doesn't matter how much fluid you have or if the hoses are intact, it's not pumping anything. So in a crash like this, if you have an injury to the heart, it's just not. It doesn't matter if you have all the blood and nothing is broken. Your brain's not going to get the blood flow. Like everything else is not going to get the blood flow. If you have a laceration to an artery or a bunch of different veins, because the vena cava is a big one too. If you have a big cut, it's going to lose blood inside the interstitial areas of your body. You're going to hold it in, or it's going to go outside if it's an open cut. The pump will slowly just die off and stop. And then at the same time, your tissues aren't going to get anything. So it's very important. That's why I'm bringing this up, is that stopping major bleeds is one of the most preventable trauma fatalities that you can do. If they are bleeding out on a major artery or a major, like you just see blood, stop the major bleed. You want to remain calm, ensure your own safety, wear gloves. You don't want to get blood all over you and stuff. But, if it's a family or a friend, it's like, I don't care. But you definitely want to call 911 as soon as possible, or tell someone to call 911, because then they are able to get the chain of survival going. You call 911. First, you show up on scene. This is the first part of the chain. Second part is calling. Third part is dispatch. Fourth part is EMS starting to show up. Fifth part is EMS shows up. Sixth part is EMS takes you to the hospital. Seventh part, there's like 4 parts, but I'm going in depth. The last part is they go into surgery and they fix the real problem. But it never starts unless you start. That's why remain calm, call 911, or tell someone to call 911 is the first thing that you do. If they show up on scene and it's not a big deal, you can always refuse service. You don't have to go to the hospital. You can just end it right there. But if nobody calls, nobody shows up to help, to get you to the life-saving surgery. You ensure your own safety, look for hazards. You don't want to be a part of the accident either. So if you get hit by another car, guess what? You can't help this person. Now somebody has to help you and this person. So always be aware of traffic. Same thing if the bike catches fire or something happens, it's a hazard. If wolves come out, you can run. There's bait right there. So, watch out for hazards. Wear PPE so you don't, after the incident, all of a sudden find out you have hepatitis or some stuff like that. Okay? Protect your eyes, protect your mouth, protect your hands. So wear your helmet. That's going to put the face shield down. It'll protect all that. Keep your other gloves on if you want, but I have nitrile gloves I keep, so I'll put those on. Stop any major bleeds. And this is gee-whiz information for how to kind of handle it. So I just wanted to share all that. Who knows what this incident is all about, but that's all the training. Remember when I talk about training before coming into an incident, before the curve or the intersection, falling back on your training? How would you know what to do? Let's say this is your best friend. He's a corner crash or an intersection. He was in front of you. Your best friend, and you show up and you have no training whatsoever. How are you going to feel? Are you going to panic? Are you going to be scared? Are you going to stand around with your head cut off, not knowing what to do and watching your buddy die? Or are you going to get training so that when you show up, and this is life, sometimes it happens, you show up, now you know at least what to do. It might not be the best. You might not do perfect, but you're doing something. Get some training. I'm just expressing training for motorcycle riding, training for EMS, being a smart rider, wearing some gear. Look at it. Rescues and teaches. I'm doing this part right now, the teaching and mentoring other motorcyclists. I want you guys to do all these parts at least these 3 parts, the first 3. If you can learn, that'd be great. Take a Stop the Bleed class. Those are usually cheap or free in the United States. That's great. That's where a lot of this comes from. The first 2 is mine. Stop Major Bleeds is from Stop the Bleed. Highly recommend it. An accident scene management course. I am, but I'm not an accident scene management instructor. I was. Got some great information there. But a TECC class, Tactical Emergency Casualty Care class, and then 11 years being a firefighter EMT. So I have training. I can handle this because of all that. but get a little bit. And here's the thing: if you take, I'm just keep going. You take a stop to bleed class. It doesn't have to be a motorcycle accident. You're at home. Your wife, she's cooking. She lacerates her hand. She drops a glass and it hits the ground, and now she has an arterial bleed somewhere because it just magically, the glass hit the perfect spot. Your kid falls down the stairs and he lacerates his arm or something. You can solve a problem at home. You can roll up on a car accident, you can solve the problem. Somebody at a football game or whatever, you're just walking around, you just somehow come up on something where there's bleeding or there's an issue, you can help. Instead of being around, standing around, which we see all the time. I'm getting a little amped. Seeing all the time people just kind of standing around doing nothing. Now imagine if everybody, there's 100 people and 50 people took all this training. Imagine the society they would, oh geez, now I'm getting a little crazy. Imagine the society they would have. If everyone could just help everyone. Yeah, I got amped. Let's see what happens. Okay, so he's walking wounded. Sometimes it's not an issue. You see how people just have, look. Hands in the pockets. Don't be the person with your hands in the pockets. I get it. I'm not making fun of him. This is normal. This is normal. It's okay. But I want to see everybody having that training, everybody being at, what can I do to help? Not even asking that because they already know what to do. Now they blur him? In Europe, you must take a first aid course for driving license so everyone likely can help. That's great, Horvath. That's what I think should happen. Okay, we're at 40 minutes now on this video, but that's what I think that should happen. That's why in the Smart Rider crew, the online motorcycle club that I'm trying to create, and for years I've been talking about the Smart Rider principles. These are the things that I teach. These are the things I believe in when it comes to motorcycle riding. But the Smart Rider crew, that what I'm trying to get is that we all live to this. We all have this training. I'm doing my best to create the courses for this, or at least give you the resources to do this yourself. Now imagine if let's say every motorcycle rider joins the Smart Rider crew for some reason. That'd be cool. But if they all did, then that means they're all doing this and being able to rescue. So now let's say every motorcycle rider knows how to rescue somebody. So if there's a big group ride, it's not just like the tail gunner that has the stuff that can help out. It's literally everybody in the group ride. You have too much help. You have too many people to help out that one person that crashed. Now imagine in the group ride, one person crashed and then it causes issues where there's like 6 people that crash. Now imagine if there's just that one person to help 6 people. If you have everybody to help 6 people, or even the 6 people that did crash and they do have like at least some awareness, they can self-rescue. Because this stuff isn't just for you to help someone else. Imagine if you crash and you see a laceration on your leg and you have your fanny pack with your tourniquets and everything, you flip that around, you get a tourniquet out and you do a hasty tourniquet on your leg yourself. You saved yourself. Versus just looking at it and be like, oh crap, I'm dead now. Today is a interesting day. All right, let's take a look at something that's a little easier. I don't know, I'm just passionate about just to help serve your community, serve yourself, be self-reliant. Okay, switched over, apply the brakes, not a big deal. Take care of things. Be useful. All right, series of events. Okay, so somebody crashed. How do we rescue them? Okay, so I went back on to check on the homie. So let's do a U-turn, practice your U-turns with the Smart Rider drills. This is the old booklet, but you get the new digital version when you buy it. So ensure your own safety. And yoink. So at this point, just keep the bike on the ground and walk back. You don't need to do a U-turn. Okay, funny. It happens. A little bit of a panic. So buddy's fine. And that's the thing right here. If you don't have the medical training and it's perfectly fine, a lot of people like to help out and how they can help out. And that's what I love about society. And I think everyone's typically good-natured. I think there's that 1 or 2% sociopath and psychopaths that actually want to harm people. I think there are evil people in the world. But for the vast majority of people, like 95 to 98%, want to help, but they help in the way that they can. So if this guy doesn't have any medical training or there's no need for medical training, a lot of people will like, I'm going to help pick up the bike, or I'm going to help direct traffic, or I'm going to help, block traffic, or I'm going to help pick up stuff off the ground. I want to be useful, but I don't know how to be useful. So the things I know how to be useful for, I'm going to go ahead and do. That's fine. That's great. It's just that I notice a lot of people don't know how to help somebody that's injured. There's not enough people that know how to help somebody that's injured. So if the only people that show up know how to help pick up stuff off the ground, pick up a bike or whatever, and direct traffic, and there's no one that knows how to help injured, we run into problems. And that's the thing, is if you don't know what to do, right? Maze days, if you don't know what to do, it just comes back to learning. Hey, did you know how to ride a motorcycle when you first started? What did you have to do? You had to learn. You had to practice. You had to dedicate some time and focus and energy to learn how to ride a motorcycle. So if you don't know how to do medical training, or you don't know how to communicate with your friends and family and whatever, if you don't know how to tie your shoes, you have to learn. You have to learn. You can't just be like, well, I'm not going to be able to do it, so I'm not going to do it. It's like, no, learn. Learn. It's honestly not that hard. It just takes a little bit of time and effort. It's embarrassing. You have the beginner's, issue with the Fitzpositor model of learning. The first part, it's all brain, and it's annoying because you're trying to learn, and then it takes some practice, and you fail, and then you finally get to a point where you know what to do. But that's the point of learning. And I choose to learn things that will keep people alive, to keep peace, to help others. Now, I want to learn how to play the piano, and it's tough. And after a couple hours of it, I'm like, honestly, I don't really care to learn the piano. It's not really good. I mean, it's fun, but there's other things that are fun. I want to learn how to not ride a motorcycle. I want to learn how to, get into better shape, because that's going to be beneficial in multiple different areas. I want to learn how to ride a motorcycle so I can stay safe. I want to learn how to protect somebody after a crash and keep them alive, because that's going to keep other people safe. And I can do it to myself, and I can keep my loved ones safe at home, because it's a transferable skill. And then on top of it, what else do I want to learn? I want to learn how to have communication and be able to negotiate deals. I want to be able to learn how to edit and learn how to do live streams, how to, stock up on pizzas, during our classroom sessions. I want to know how to do all these things because it's in service. That's what I enjoy. Just learn multiple skills. Be well-rounded. Be well-rounded. You'll be useful in so many more situations than you know. And for men, because it's Men's Mental Health Month, it's June, being useful is kind of required. And honestly, at the end of the day, if you don't feel useful, you're not going to feel good. And Horvath, you seem somehow shaking at. I don't know. It's the EMS stuff, man. The EMS stuff really gets me. It really gets me. And from their conversation before the video, just kind of letting it out, right? And he has a trailer, so that's cool. Deaf and blind walking into traffic. Uh-oh. Is it a real deaf and blind person? No, just They're working. Good job with the braking. Handled it. Not a big deal. All right. So this is a long video. So I want to say thank you to everyone that showed. Where's everybody? Everyone that showed up to class today. We do have the Smart Rider crew. So if you want to join up and be a Smart Rider crew, I talked about having the online motorcycle club. I'm working on the courses. I'm making some changes to some things, but you get some motorcycle gear 101 and a few other things. I'm going to be sending out newsletters hopefully soon in July to talk about all that stuff. But with that said, I hope you guys ride safe, be safe, join the crew, get a cardo, get a rock form, get some booklets, whatever you want to do. And I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Yeah, got a little bit going there. Time is it? 1 o'clock. Yeah. I don't know. It's just once I get into that like train of thought, like going, like when it comes to the medical stuff, the moment, like when I saw this, let's see. I mean, I was already I was already over here in the passion with this one, and then when I saw. Like this was like about like the first part of Smart, right? And then when I saw this, I saw an opportunity to talk about like the other aspect of it, and I was already kind of it feels good to go in depth. You know what I mean? And specifically with this one, I'll do this every now and then. I'll do this every now and then on like a motorcycle crash one. Because then all of a sudden it unlocks a lot of the 11 years of a firefighter in me. And, you know, like when you're driving around and you maybe see like a crash once every 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Maybe you drive by like one and it's like a fender bender. They're like walking out. You're like, okay, cool. Back with your day. As a firefighter, I would see 10, 15 of those a day. And then it wasn't, I pull up and be like, okay, cool. That's nice. That's interesting to see. And then walk away or drive away. I was on scene for like 30 minutes to an hour, 10 minutes if it was a high trauma patient because we had to be in and out. But we're talking like 6 to 8 hours a day on traffic accidents. It's really big. And then the other stuff was like, other EMS, like typically respiratory issues or heart problems. And so like for 11 years, just solve. And so then when I see this, it kind of kicks that back in. And then I go into like full on, what was my training? And I love kind of going into that. Explain the training because it's like I'm doing it again. I'm living it and solving the problem again. Because man, there were so many times. I had this lady, like I can picture a couple dozen in my head immediately of terrible crashes, car accidents and collisions and whatnot. And I just remember there was one. It was 24th Street and Avenue A. I think it was the middle of the day. I don't know what time of the year, but I remember the sun being out and it was kind of hot. Yuma's always hot. And it was I would say a teenager in the front seat, front passenger seat. It was a T-bone accident. Her friend or sister or whatever, same age, whatever, T-boned another car. I don't know if it was somebody ran a red light or whatever, but T-boned another car. The girl in the front seat, I don't know if she had her seatbelt on or not. Probably not. And she slid. She had her feet down where they're supposed to be. Guys, never put your feet up. It's just not. Trust me, you don't want to. But her feet down, slid forward and hit her right knee. Probably both knees, but her right knee is the one that was really injured. On the dash, like right there, like where the glove compartment is. And it was pretty crazy. Let's do this. Her right knee So pretend this is a knee, right? So this is your tib fib, and this is your femur. So you're sitting down, right? So your feet are down here, and the elbow is your knee. And so here's the dash, and so the knee went like that, really hard. Well, here's your femur. The femur came out through the knee, but it wasn't the full femur. It was the top half, because she must have went down and under. The top half stayed in. The bottom half went out. And so I saw the bone marrow. It was like having a bone marrow dinner, where it was like a cut in half bone, and you can just scrape the marrow out. I've never had that. It sounds good. I heard it's really good. But did that. So I saw the red, the capillaries and everything inside the bone marrow. And she was in pain, screaming. And there's nothing we can do about that. We can't straighten the leg. We can't, other than pain meds and pain management. And so, like, that's, like, you see how I'm able to, like, time, day, place, type of accident, passenger, actual knee, kind of the age. I have, like, a couple dozen of those in my head. And so when I see something like this, I'm like, I can pull from that knowledge. And it's like, I've dealt with, like, some insane stuff. You want to hear another one? Another pretty gross one? I don't know if you guys have been around long enough for me to share this one, but this is a good conversation starter with a group of friends. So there's two of them that just popped up that I could share. But one of them, the one that the first thought. So I'm at Station 1 in Yuma, Arizona, and I'm on the ambulance. It's called a Rescue 1. It's not an ambulance, it's a rescue, but it's an ambulance, the apparatus. And we get called for motor vehicle accidents, vehicle versus pedestrian, Avenue B, and I would say 11th Street. And it's at night. I would say about 8, 9 o'clock, maybe 10. Let's say 10. And we hear vehicle versus pedestrian. Very high mechanism of injury, very high possibility of death because a vehicle hitting a pedestrian, and Avenue B is a 45-mile-an-hour road. So I already knew this. Is like, oh, if they're going 45 or higher, we're gonna be picking parts off the ground. So I'm driving. My paramedics with me. We're driving, and we get close to the scene, and just a bunch of vehicles kind of stopped because they're like, oh crap, patient's on the ground, and it's a woman, and just nasty lacerations all over her face. She has tire tread burnt into her skin and rips the shirt, and her hands are just like broken arms. And I look down because I go to the head. I'm going to the head because we're one of the first on scene, and it's like I'm going to the head, checking the airway, doing everything, but also holding C-spine because we only have 2 people until another vehicle shows up with more resources, which are people, more personnel. So I'm focusing on airway and cervical spine, while my paramedic, because we don't even care about blood pressure at this point. Like, we need to stop bleeding, we need to stop issues and breathing issues, and so he's doing his stuff. He's getting things out, and he's getting ready, putting monitor. But I'm taking care of what can be taken care of, and she's not breathing well. I mean, it broke her ribs basically, and I could just smell, because now here's another thing, is like you also use smell as a way to determine your part of your assessment. And I could smell copper and pennies coming out of her breath, which means that she has blood in her trachea, blood in her mouth. So now I know it's we need suction because it's dark out, can't see much. I can kind of see inside because I'm leaning over and I'm trying to double check, missing teeth now. And it's we need suction because we need to take care of her airway. So I'm also trying to do suction and everything like that. And then I look down, now we got more people on scene. I look down at her legs because we have to do a full rapid trauma assessment. We have to check everything. At some point we have to roll her on her back to see if there's any bleeding happening from the back so we can stop the bleeding. But I look at her legs, and I use this as an example so you guys have a visual. But you have your feet. Obviously, you have your feet on the end, right? You have your feet. Yeah, they stick up, right? Well, her feet looked like this. I'm like, what the heck? Feet looked like this. And what I realized was just like a chicken drumstick, you know, at the very end, the two knuckles, basically the two knuckles that are sticking out. And then if you like, the meat kind of comes off it sometimes. If you like cut the tendon part and it comes off it, and now you see all the bone kind of underneath it, doesn't stick to it. She was missing her feet. They're gone. They were just gone. She had no feet. It was her tib fib joint, the ankle joint, just sticking out at the end. But the calf muscle and the tibialis anterior, the front part, the muscle right there, were just kind of like flayed open like this. So I can see the pearly bone like inside. Dangerous because your artery, but it probably retracted, so there wasn't a lot of blood. And so yeah, massive facial trauma, road rash. And come to find out, here's what happened. Come to find out, she got in an argument with her boyfriend. They're driving down Avenue B. She's a passenger, so it wasn't a pedestrian getting hit. It was a person getting hit. So she was having an argument with her boyfriend. Don't know what's going on in her head, but she jumps out of the car while it's traveling 45 miles an hour. The car behind her, she was in a Dodge Charger, car behind her that wasn't anticipating somebody just bailing out of a car in front of them, ran her over because they couldn't swerve in time or whatever. You know, they're like, what is that? Oh, crap, I just ran over a person. And it was a car, so it was low. So all the damage, she was like rolling underneath the car because they were just going over her. All those hot parts underneath the car and all the different, the drivetrain and everything and the tires, obviously. So I'm assuming the tires or something ripped her feet off, and then she got facial trauma from underneath, and then she had a tire burnt into her because your tires get hot. That's how it gets traction, right? Burnt into her. So she got her chest ran over at some point during that whole incident. Unsure if she survived. But like, those are the kinds of things. It's like, what do? You got to remain calm, stick to your training. We're 911 at the point. Ensure our own safety. Don't want to get hit. Make sure we wear gloves or wear eye protection because I don't want to get cough blood in my face. And then we just had to stop major bleeds. And then we have other things that we can do. Like we gave her fluids. We gave her an IO drilled into her knees, basically into her femur, so we can give fluids because her veins were collapsing. And so like and then pain management if we could, because I don't remember if we did or not, because her blood pressure could be too low. We don't want to drop it too low, and then she goes into shock because we gave her meds. The only thing I was going to save her was surgery. So it was like, hey, we got 5 to 10 minutes on scene to stabilize, and we got to get going now. And so that was interesting. So I have a ton of those. You see how I can kind of go in depth on that? I have a ton of those stories. I had a palm tree trimmer, fall 20, 30 feet, hit the ground, completely broke everything. Some fun ones. A little kid get their finger stuck in a school door. We had to like pry the door a little bit so he can get his fingers out. He was screaming. A guy at a glass factory. I don't know if he was holding a big piece of glass or whatever, or a glass fell, like big sheets of glass in an industrial factory, and just lacerated his arm pretty bad. So they were doing a lot of pressure, and this was before a lot of the tourniquet stuff came out. So it was just a lot of direct pressure. And then fluid management. We had in the same area as that lady with the no feet, a 14-year-old girl got ran over by a car. A rattlesnake bite with a homeless person that was living next to the water. Got bit in the arm like at like midnight or something, and he kind enough, but still, I told him he was dumb for it in a nice way. He waited till like sun to come up to call 911 at a payphone across the street from the station. I literally, like, we get the tones out, rattlesnake bite at this location. I'm like, it's at the station. And it woke me up, and I look outside my window and I see him on the payphone across the street. I'm like, okay. But he's like, yeah, I got bit like at midnight and I didn't want to wake you guys up. I was like, dude, that's what we're here for. Like, next time something happens, call right away. But he got bit like in the arm, and you could just, his arm was like 20% bigger than his left arm, and you could just track the swelling, and it started getting into his chest. So about half of his pec was like swollen, and you could see like almost like a dip off to where it's like normal tissue. And I'm like, dude. So hopefully he kept his arm. There's that one. Old lady crashing a motorcycle, hitting the back of her head near the gutter, and you just see like the blood trail going across, like down the street into the gutter. Rollover accidents where I had to go find people with the thermal imaging camera because it was late at night. Because they just got all over the place. What else? Had two teenage girls wrap a car around a pole because they were drunk. Had 4 teenage boys crash into a house, on a corner, those corner houses, into a little girl's bedroom. She went launching because it went underneath the bed, and it launched her into the closet. And the dad got arrested because he was trying to beat the shit out of the boys, or he got detained. I don't think he got arrested. And then the drunk driver was trying to fight us, trying to help him. There's so many. I'm okay. I just want to, like, I don't know. It's a long stream. Just feel like talking. Yeah, I still remember somebody that, I don't know how they did it. I mean, it was a car crash, and so they must have hit their forehead on the windshield, because you can check if somebody hits their head on the windshield after a car crash. It's called spidering of the window. So when, you've seen like the windshield, somebody hits it and it kind of like does that. Well, if somebody on the outside hits the windshield, it'll come in a little bit and do that. If somebody's in a car crash and it does this, but it's like pushed out a little bit, their head hit. And so the mechanism for that. The dude had an indent, like it had a depression in his forehead. So it was a skull fracture. Towards the end of my career, I had an older lady fall in her driveway, and it's in Tucson. It was like it's like a nice home. So they had their own private drive. It was dirt and everything, but they had like these rocks that like were more vertical for the driveway like part. So like it directs traffic, like there are people that are coming in. Well, I guess she tripped on one of them, fell down, and hit her head on another one, and it just basically like scalped part of her. And so, but it didn't break any bone, or at least that I could see. But like she had a flap on the side of her head, and it was interesting to see the pearly bone. So if you like look at your teeth after you brush them or whatever, and they're kind of like shiny and smooth, like that's what your bones look like underneath. It was really interesting. And then same thing here locally. A transient fell forward, and hit her face on the pavement, the sidewalk, and just missing. It was all pushed back like that. Just like, I was like, ugh. Oof. I don't do fireman stuff anymore. I left in May 2018 because of mental health. And a few other things, like it was affecting home life. It was affecting my work life. I loved it. I enjoyed it, but I don't think it was what I was meant to do. I put in 11 years. So, I mean, it was a lot. But it was interesting. I'm doing okay. Guys, does this sound like I'm not doing okay? I'm doing good. Just kind of sharing. Just sharing. When it comes to, did we do debrief? No, back then we didn't do debrief. We didn't do debrief. We just, we made jokes. We made jokes. Yeah, not entirely. Yeah. We made jokes at the fire station. That dark humor that first responders have. That's kind of like how we dealt with it. I think guys know that. Like, it is what it is. It's life. You see that. I mean, I've been on GSWs, gunshot wounds, people murdered, seen dead bodies, done CPR at least 200 times in my career. Yeah, just like I've kind of seen it all, and that's where it really had a deteriorating effect on the mental health and everything. Yeah, right at the end of the career, I spoke to one of the chiefs, and I was like, "Hey, you talked about this in the academy about, if you need help, you have resources," and he gave me my therapist that I still go to today, 7.5 years later. And I actually messaged her this morning. I was like, because I haven't seen her in a month and a half. I usually do a month, every month. And I was like, "Hey, do you have an opening this week or next week?" So I got therapy on Tuesday, and it's just good to talk about that kind of stuff. But that's not stuff I'm working on currently. That's what I was working on at the beginning. The stuff I'm working on currently is just managing life in its current state. Whatever pops up. It's like, am I managing it this well? Like, here's keep me on my path that you know me for. And she keeps me accountable. It's almost like a life coach at this point. It's not necessarily, I'm not getting any new information. It's more of the information, I'm holding you accountable. So it's really nice. And it's kind of like then I'll ask questions on new information, or I'll tell her what I've learned in the last month and a half or month. And it's like, how can I apply this and all that stuff? Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I don't know, maybe today I just needed to chat. Maybe today I just needed to chat with you guys, or just chat with someone. I think it's good. That's what I want in the Discord. I guess we could take this off. Let's go here. Let's go. There we go. We're just hanging out. I missed you guys on Thursday. I think I needed that. But that's what I want to do for the Discord and like the Smart Rider crew, is like we just kind of get together and chat. And one of the problems is with this kind of method is that it's a one way, and I just have to read the chat, so it's not really direct one-on-one. But it's the best we can do, right? Right? It's the best we can do. The one-on-one stuff is like more friendships and stuff like that. But that'd be kind of cool to have like a local chapter where I don't have to speak the whole time. I can listen. And like a Tucson chapter of the Smart Rider crew. And we meet up once a week or every other week. And we just get breakfast. Or we go out, and hang out somewhere. And we just kind of sit and relax for like maybe someone's place, if we all get that, comfortable with each other, and have like a nice little campfire, patio chat, hangout. Like nobody's getting drunk and obliterated, and that's not what I'm there for. But it's more of like, let's just hang out, chat, listen to each other. See, I don't like saying talk to each other. I like to say listen to each other, because usually it's only one person talking, so everyone else is listening. Yeah, you didn't miss it, Hog. Yeah, I messed up. What kind of member perks do we get? Ninja Noob for the YouTube membership or the Smart Rider Crew membership? Smart Rider Crew membership's a completely different thing. Is Albuquerque local enough? Well, my girlfriend's family lives in Las Cruces. Maybe at some point we can do something. See you later, Moto. But yeah, it's just nice. When you get, I could tell you guys more stories. YouTube, so YouTube membership. So the 2 videos that I did reviews on, I typically put, like, I'll edit them tonight. I'll typically schedule them for Saturday and Sunday, and I'll set the Sunday one as an early watch for members. So you get to watch it and comment and everything first, and then you can and then it'll come out on Sunday. And so, I mean, the membership for YouTube is $1 a month, so you get to see like things a couple days early, at least with that. With the Smart Router Crew membership, still working on the perks on that, but you right now currently you get the Smart Router drills with the membership there. But once I get more courses out, you get all the courses, and then I'm gonna, once the books come out, get discounts. Which honestly, I can just throw out a discount for the members right now for the current books. See you later, Alex. Yeah, it's just yeah, I got so many more stories. I mean, I tore my ACLs in the last Fire Academy and on week 2 and 3, and I partial tears, not full tears, thankfully. And man, what a challenge to finish that academy out without honestly injuring myself too bad. But the runs, the training, just in pain all the time. See you later, Ninja. I got those stories. I got 2 commendations during that academy for acts of service, basically, towards other academy recruits. I drove up on a rollover accident on the way to test for the new department, and I was the highest level of care on scene. So when the fire department showed up, and they're all volunteers, they didn't have any EMS training. They were just volunteer, and I was an EMT. They're like, "What do you want to do?" And they gave me incident command, and I knew where we were. And the lady that was passenger, she was repeating what happened, like what's going on, every 5 to 10 minutes. And so I knew she had a brain injury. And I told the guy, and then the driver, he just had chest trauma, but he was stable. He was doing fine, breathing okay, doing everything. Just the seatbelt or whatever, the steering wheel hit. I was like, he can go by ambulance, but I believe she needs to go by helicopter. And I don't know where they're gonna go, but I believe she has a traumatic brain injury, and it's not improving as time goes on. Because I was there for like 45 minutes. It's like, it's not improving. And so they called in the helicopter and air flighted her. But before they did that, he wanted me, because they're husband and wife, he wanted me to call their son. And they're older, so it was like an older adult son. And so they gave me the number, and I used my phone to call the son, let them know what was happening. She's going to be air flighted. I have no idea where, but he's going to be taken by ambulance too. I'm not sure where they're going. I'm just a passerby. I'm not on scene. Like, I'm not on the fire department. I'm whatever. And then like 2 months, because that was when I was on my way to testing, but now I'm already living in Tucson. So 2-3 months, I get a phone call, and I missed it, but I got a voice message, which I wish I kept. And it was the lady with the TBI, and she was saying thank you. And she told me what happened, and she's like, yes, I had a brain bleed. And thank you for stopping. Thank you for getting a helicopter sent and taking me to the hospital. She's like, I wouldn't be here. I had a brain bleed. And I was like, wow. So, and she was able to call me because I guess the son gave her my number, because I called the son. Because I was like, who's it? Like, originally I was like, what's the, and then she started describing what happened. I was like, oh, that was months ago. Oh, that's how she got my number. because like I called off of my phone. So hope she's doing well. And that was 8 years ago. And the thing is, I originally wasn't gonna stop on that because I drove by it I slowed down because I saw a bunch of vehicles, and I was like, you know, if fire or police are on scene, I'm not gonna stop because they're there. But I was also still a firefighter, so I had a duty to act at least. So I was like, okay. So I pulled up, and I was in like sweatpants and a gym shirt because I was just gonna travel. I had clothes, but I was gonna travel to Tucson, stay the night. Next day, I had the interview. So I had my real stuff. I was wearing comfy clothes for a 3.5-hour drive. And I started walking out there, and I realized, oh, there's no one here. And there was a Border Patrol agent there, and he had his own little bag, but didn't have it was for GSWs and stuff. But he had a blood pressure and everything like that. And so basically an EMS bag. And I was just like handling things, and I was there for like an hour and a half. Called in a helicopter and everything, or I told him I wanted one and helped load her into a helicopter. Those things are cramped. There's not a lot of room on those helicopters. Yeah, it's interesting. It was interesting. But those are, and now we're doing like another After the Ride pocket. There's still 60 of you in here. That's cool. I like that. We talked about, responsibilities, commitment, priorities, and everything at the beginning. But another thing that kind of jumps at me when it comes to my own life, because I'm going to be 38 next month. And the thing is, like, you don't recognize this when you're 18. So, I didn't even recognize it when I was 30. I think I started to really, once I developed my internal family system, I started recognizing, so this is around 35, so about 3 years ago, I started really recognizing it. And there really isn't any past. I'm making a big statement there, but there's not really a, let me turn I don't know if the music is loud, but I can hear it. There's really no past for me. It feels like these are different Daniels. It feels like they're chapters of a past that I can review, and I think that might be because of therapy. I'm able to be that aware with all the therapy I've had, and to be able to kind of view them from a different perspective as like, here's a Daniel versus, oh, it's all integrated. I can go back and forth, integration versus bird's eye view. And it's fun to do. I have a great imagination, obviously, right? In fact, let me go ahead and let's go ahead and work out. And so like and I break them up. I break up my chapters by my internal family system. So from like 0 to 8, that's my like inner child. And I talked about this a little bit on one of the After the Rides. Somebody created the internal family system. I forgot exactly when. I think it was in the 60s and 70s. He was a psychologist, and basically he came up with the theory and the idea and the method because he was getting a lot of patients inside of his practice, and they would say, well, a part of me thinks and feels this way, but a part of me feels and thinks this way. So he's like, oh, there's two parts. They're having issues. Let's identify these two parts. And usually like the anger and the frustration and like the need for acceptance is like the child. And then like the part of the person, it's like, well, I'm just going to take care of myself. It's not a big deal. That's like the teenager or the young adult. So there's, so he kind of developed it further. And so for me, from 0 to 8 is like the inner child. From like 8 to 18 is an inner teenager. And then from 18 to I would say 17, because about 17 is when I graduated high school. I turned 18 right after high school graduation. And so from like 17 to 25, 26 is my young adult, and 26 to 35, 34 is like I give it the father part. And then from 34, 35 to now, I'm still in the chapter. I don't know what this chapter is going to be. And then there's the overall self, where you integrate all parts. And the self is who you are, but you have all these different parts. And so all these different parts are different chapters for me. And so I'm able, with therapy and being aware and actually diving deep into this stuff, it's like I can sit into myself and view my own little family tree of me, these different parts, and it's like, oh, different chapters. Little different chapters in my life. You know, the inner child is a tough time. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of things need to be fair. Teenager, a lot of rebellion. Yeah. The young adult, it's a lot of got to get to work, because I became a firefighter at 19. And I was going through fire academies from 18 to almost 20. Because I was 19 and then turned 20 like 2 weeks later as a firefighter. And I was like, so got to do the work, got to learn. Now I'm an adult, do. I learn in the world. And then from like 25 to a year after the divorce with the stepkids, that's when like the father role ended. Like very specifically this year, after my old stepson turned 18, it just clicked for me. It's like, it's done. And that was in February of this year. And so they kind of just ended that chapter completely, because they kind of overlap a little bit. And so being able to look at those different chapters, not really past, and it's like, oh, they're all different Daniels, different ways of handling situations, different emotions at the forefront, different ways to regulate, like complete different situations, you know, kid to being a firefighter. And yeah, I know, it's interesting. And so like when I talk about these stories, it's like I'm talking about like these firefighter stories. I'm talking about the identity, the firefighter identity. See you later, May. I'm talking about his stories. And so I think that helps out with the PTSD for the firefighter stuff too. Because it's no longer about me and me living it, or I lived it. It's like, obviously I did. But it's like, oh, that's that Daniel that lived that. You're new Daniel now, living a completely different situation, completely different everything. So it's fine. Like, you can separate emotions. That's probably why. It's nice. It works. But it's fun to think of those chapters, because it's like, what chapter am I in now? What's the next chapter after this one? Who knows when this one's going to end, but like, then I probably got another like 4, 5 chapters in my life, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully I do. So I wonder what the next couple chapters are. Gives you some insight. If you look at your past and it's like, I've had a couple chapters. Now what's the new chapters? I wonder what those are going to be. That's exciting. You know, what trials am I going to go through? What challenges? What successes are going to be defining these chapters? What is the identity that I'm picking up in these chapters? You know what I mean? Yeah, who knows, right? Turn into a villain. Outdoors Arizona, nice. And so yeah, just like a book, I've gone down this path. Like you're seeing ahead of what I'm saying, and I've gone down this path. And it's like, oh, if it's like a book, then because it's chapters, right? Well, how are books structured? How are good fictional books? Like, if you read a book that's a fiction book, and you're like, I want to be like that guy. You know, I want to be like the hero in that book. Like Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, quintessential masculine man in all the different ways. He's a healer and all these other things, right? You can pick whatever fictional book you want, or nonfiction, whatever. But how do they structure fictional books? Typically with the hero's journey. Typically with the hero's journey. The hero's journey So there's the hero's journey. So you start off right here. Kind of just doing your thing. And then guess what? The call to adventure. Something happens. Something happens that you have to... It changes your world. It starts to change your world. And change is tough, right? People don't like to change. They like routine. So you refuse it. You refuse that. You don't want to. Because you don't know how. You're forced to change, but it's like, what do I change into? I don't know what to do. So you meet a mentor. And in some of these fictional stories, so Star Wars, A New Hope is one of the quintessential hero's journey tale. So this is Luke Skywalker on the farm. He wants to, or his uncle and his family get burnt up. He doesn't want to do anything about it. He meets Obi-Wan Kenobi. Right? So you cross the first threshold, so you have to leave your home. You have to leave your old world, your ordinary world. You have to go into the special world. Right here, crossing it. That's when he meets Han Solo. Right? And then right here, they go on the Death Star or whatever to get Princess Leia. Yeah, the call to adventure is the R2-D2 with the Princess Leia thing. Then he doesn't want to do it, but then he meets Obi-Wan. The innermost cave, when they basically fail, they make a failure. They're tested and everything. So the innermost cave, I think, is... Oh, no. The Supreme Ordeal is when Obi-Wan gets killed by Darth Vader. I don't know the story too much. I have to watch it again. But basically, right here, you start off, you're forced to change. You don't want to change. You get help from a mentor or a coach. You take the first steps towards that. You're being tested, not just by your enemies, but your allies. You do some reflection. You go over here, and you are extremely tested. You're tested again. What did you learn in your innermost cave? Did the reflection, right? You get a reward for it because you succeeded. You're still in the special world. It's outside your ordinary one. You wish you could be here, but you can't. You start heading back to your new ordinary world because things changed. You're in your new ordinary world. You resurrect into a new person, and you return with the rewards. You return with the things that you've learned through all of this. So when I'm talking about chapters, this is one chapter, and then you start your new chapter again with the stuff from the old chapter that you learned, and you're forced to grow again. You have to go into a scary area. This scary area, guess what? It could be learning how to ride a motorcycle. Now you're a motorcycle rider. It could be I'm entering a new, like I'm single. You want to, you're scared, you cross into dating, and now you're in the special world of, oh crap, you have a boyfriend or girlfriend. You go, you're tested, you have to reflect, you start to win, you get a reward, you go back, and guess what? Your new normal now, your ordinary world is now you have someone else. This is your new normal. And then guess what? Now you both, hopefully, do this again. And then now both of you are stronger and better in a brand new ordinary world chapter. You do this for work. You do this for personal growth. You do this for relationships. But here's the thing. It's like, it's scary. You're in an unknown special world. I don't want to spell it out. Unknown special world. You're tested. You have to reflect. A lot of people quit right here. They're in their ordinary world. They're like, I want to do something. 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 I don't want to change. And then they go back. And that's fine. But here's the thing. A lot of people continue on these circles and these chapters. And before you know it, you're almost 40 years old. And you've been stuck here as a 40-year-old child because you never wanted to grow. So you're like a 40-year-old, 8-year-old inside. And then there's other people over here that you wish you could be a part of that are 40-year-olds with a 60-year-old wisdom. These people don't want to hang out with 8-year-olds. So you're never going to be able to be a part of that. And that's a sad existence. You might find some 40-year-old, 20-year-olds that might be okay with that. But this is why it's important when you are motivated to do something, and then when it gets hard, you instill discipline and seek help so you can keep moving down here to be tested, to reflect, to gain the reward, to go back with new knowledge. It's tough. And so with the chapters, right? Chapters, what kind of book are you writing for your life? If your life was put into a book, do you just have 1 or 2 long chapters? Let's say it's a 1,000-page book for everybody, right? It's 1,000 pages for everybody. Are you going to have 2 500-page chapters of just kind of the same crap over and over again? Or are you going to have like 10, 15 chapters that are kind of short, but wow, lessons, huge lessons in those chapters. And you got 20 of them. I want to have 20. I want to keep And here's the thing. Let's say max is 20, right? Max you can do is 20. But there's 1,000 things you can do. You can do anything. You can't do everything. There's just so much in the world. You can do anything, you just can't do everything. It's like riding in the desert with a Harley. You remember that. I feel like I could do more. But I think at this age, like, honestly, I think this next chapter that I'm currently in, I've been in for a couple, like 2-3 years at this point. I think this next chapter, because the other ones have been defined by, as a kid to parent. young adult firefighter, person to community, big group. Father portion was I'm up here to kids. You see how there's always this gap? I think this next chapter is here's me, here's someone else. And I think that's friendships, romantic relationships. I think that's what this current chapter is going to be. I think about halfway through of the learning lesson. That hero's journey. While, remember I say you bring from the past into the new chapter. So I'm still serving community. I'm still bringing the lessons from the previous chapters into this new one. Dread of emptiness. I took this name when I was in a phase like you. Okay. Dread of emptiness. Awesome, Rob. I hope so too. Yeah, life running away from me and everything. I've felt that before, and then I've that's when I was like studying Taoism, absurdism, and existentialism. And it made me detached from current life events. Because it was not detached is not a bad word. Disassociate, and none of them are bad, but disassociate and apathy is kind of sad, but detached is like detached from outcome of things. And it was really nice. It was really nice. And I think I need to study that again or get some refreshers on that. I think that'd be nice because I went from that to like attached to things. And I think stress will pull you from detachment to attachment easily. And so that's why I studied Stoicism. And so, because it's like if I'm going to be pulled into attachment, and because you can't be detached all the time. So if I'm going to be pulled into attachment, then how can I manage attachment? So that's why I studied Stoicism. And for me, with the Christianity, it kind of blends it all, right? Yeah, get a Hayabusa. So I think it'd be good to study a little bit more on that. And here's the thing: is you have to practice it. You have to practice it. It's easy to practice. It's easy to go to the gym when the gym is like literally in your bedroom when you wake up and you're already in gym clothes and you already started doing pull-ups and you didn't even realize it. And it's easy when it's just happening and you're in a good mood. It's hard when you wake up late, you didn't get enough sleep, you're exhausted, and you still got to go to the gym. So there is a discipline when it comes to all of these things. I'm close. I'm almost 38. Thank you, Blader, Kristen. Oh, that's interesting. Feeling the panic, the doors are closing. Yeah. I mean, that's what anxiety is. That's what I mean, that's basically what anxiety is. Youngsters. Yeah, it's yeah, the midlife crisis. I had a quarter life crisis. That's when I bought the motorcycle. I mean, I'm pretty much at midlife right now. Yeah, hopefully. hopefully I'm at midlife. Men usually die around 77 to 80. I'm at 38. So yeah, this is midlife. Yeah, it's interesting. Makes sense. Thankfully, I'm aware enough to be like, what's going on? Yeah, I think it's not like it's certain age, right? I think it's been a blend of the last couple years. Maybe that's what this chapter is about, right? So it's just I don't know. I always believe, like, no matter what stage you're in, that continuous learning is extremely important. It's always biologically, it's going to keep your brain sharp. It's going to keep neuroplasticity going, so your brain is actually kind of moving along. So it helps prevent Alzheimer's and a few other things, and then keeping your body in shape. So in the later years, that you do have strong bones and strong musculoskeletal system, and a few other things. And your heart's doing well and whatnot. If you're focusing on cardio, also. It's just that in the later ages, right? If you don't have relationships, and I think that might be one of the things, is that, like, I don't have family anymore. And so it's kind of scary at the end of the life when all you have is friends that are possibly dying off too. And so maybe we can go a little deep on that, but like I'm seeing it ahead. So I'm trying to lean into what you said, the doors are closing. I'm leaning into that frame to see how I can steel man it. And it's that's a scary proposition, right? Yeah. The ideations, I had those March 22 in the back office. Yeah, it's just an interesting thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested, and that's the thing, is like, just when I talked a little bit about God's providence and free will and everything. It's like, at the end of the day, you live a life in your own head, and you live and you're responsible for your own life. So you take care of your body and mind and everything like that, and the world just kind of revolves or is around you. And so if you treat it as it's a single player game, how do you handle, like, all that stuff? And it's like, are you trying to get all the achievements and trophies for the game and trying to be a completionist, or are you just enjoying the slow pace and you put it on easy so you don't have to have a lot of, I mean, it's probably on hard anyways. I don't know. It's a fun little, I like having little thought experiments. Oh, nice, Horvath. Yeah, I think I'm only getting better. Like, I'm in better shape than I was like 10 years ago. But what time is it? Oh, it's getting late. 4-hour stream. Most of it's been chit-chatting. Only like an hour of class. Yeah, put easy mode in Israel right now. Jeez. And that's the thing, at the end of the day, I'm pretty blessed. Pretty blessed. So I can't be too hard on myself. I think it could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah, Lizzie, that's like another thing somebody said. It's like, if you think your mental health is bad, go for a run and see how bad your physical health is. It's like your mental health is actually doing a lot better than probably your body at this point. So if you can like work out and get a strong body, it's gonna definitely help out your mental health, because now you don't have to, now you have less things to worry about. And I truly believe that, because like when I'm not working out, I'm like now I'm have like multiple problems because I'm not working out. That's why I find it so important for others. I mean, my girlfriend loves to work out, and it's like, go work out. Love it. I'll support that because I know how that feels. It's easy to tell someone, and it's easy to support others to do things that you're not doing. So it's one thing. It's another thing. It's like, okay, I got to take my own advice. I got to get to the gym. I got to do my thing. My voice is starting to go out right now. Need water. But yeah. So everything I'm telling you guys is like what I'm currently working on. I'm not. That's why I like these conversations. 'Cause I don't frame it as like, those other YouTube videos or tip videos. Is like, this is what you guys should be doing. It's like, no, this is what I'm trying to do, guys. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm just sharing it with you. And that's how I've always done my content. It's like, that's how I started. I was like, here's what I'm learning. Let's learn. You want to learn it with me? And I used to get a lot of flack from people like, you don't know this by now? You don't know this? This isn't new stuff. I'm like, well, I'm just sharing what I'm learning. Like, why are you shitting on me? And that's what I try to keep here. It's like, guys, this is what I'm currently learning. Of course, other people know this, but it's like, do you know how to set up a live stream? Do you know how to, set up a green screen? Do you know how to set everything up? Do you know how to create content? Like, I mean, I could shit on people for things that I know they don't. So don't poop on me for things I don't that you do. Nobody knows everything. That's what I like about people. You could always learn something from someone. And that's what I like to do, and I like to share. And then there's parts of me that I'm going to keep to myself, right? I'm not, and I think people think like you can't talk to other people about stuff because then it's like some of it should be private. It's like, well, you can be vulnerable and not give all the details. People can imply. They can do whatever, but you don't have to give them all the details. You don't have to give names. And I learned a lot of that from HIPAA, as a firefighter. It's like, I mean, I can share with the people at the station, like the type of incident, but I can't give patient information. I can't I can't tell you everything, but it's like, here's a learning lesson that I learned from this incident. And that way everyone learns. So it's like, that's what I do with my life. It's like, I'll share. I don't share massive details. And at the end of the day, it's like, here's the situation I'm in. This is how I talk to my friends and other people sometimes, or most people. I do like the idea of a romantic partner being able to share everything, but obviously that might not be the case. That's why I have a therapist. But I'll just share, like, here's the situation I'm in. These are the things that are happening to me. This is how I responded. I just want to do better on my end. I can't change, like, this is what's happening at me, to me. I want to do better in my response. Like, do you have any feedback? And I have some good friends that will do that with me. And I get to do the same for them. And it's a very growth, and I love it. And so, like, when it comes to sharing the stuff here, it's kind of, it's like I've just did all of that, talking to friends, talking to therapists, and you're doing all the work, and then now I'm talking to you guys, and it's like, hey, here's the situation that I was in. Here's how I handled it, and here's the outcome, and here's what I'm gonna try next. And if you relate to the situation, and you're like, oh, okay, I maybe I'll try that next. It means we're doing it together. I think that's pretty cool. I like that because it's hard to do it on your own. And so when you have like a group of people that you can kind of do things together, it makes it easier. That's why gym classes are you get a better workout sometimes when you go to a gym class, like a group session versus by yourself. Sometimes it's nice when like a motorcycle ride is sometimes much better when you go with a small group of friends and you kind of meet up for breakfast or dinner. It's better than just riding by yourself sometimes. And I think it's a lot of the accountability and the relational sharing. And then like, yeah, it's accountability. It's like, oh, if he's doing it, I can do it. If they're going, I can go. You know? But I'll do it at my pace. That's why you ride your own ride. You go at your pace, and I go at my pace. And I think one of the things about men in leadership, let's just play with the idea of a romantic relationship. So a boyfriend and girlfriend or husband and wife. Say husband and wife. Like the husband, I think the husband should be at a faster pace. I think the husband should be at a faster pace when it comes to growth. Not to outpace, because that's part of the deal is that you do it together. So if you're faster at growth than your wife, there's times in that growth where you pause and you wait or you run back and you walk at their pace until they catch up to you, and you almost leapfrog. You almost leapfrog back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like you're paving the trail, but not getting so far ahead that your wife only has the trail to follow. Kind of like a dog off leash. They run up ahead, they go around the corner, they come back, and then they go back and they come back. They go back and come back, and you're just walking. Kind of like that. You're the dog. Husbands, you're the dog. You're the dog. You get a little treats here and there. They yell at you to come back. You come back. You're like, hey, what's up? Okay. Boom, you go. But I do believe you have to have high agency. Solve problems. Do it. That's tough. Okay. You see, I'd like to get into that mindset, or at least meet halfway to that mindset, Horvath. I think that's kind of like where most things are, you know, meeting halfway. See you later, Seahorse. Lizzie, that's great. That's the thing is I don't want to bear each other's presence. I mean, I get what you mean there. But like I want to build. I think I agree with the no schedule, no rules, like completely. I'm aligned on that one. It's hard to do, but I align on that one. I want to be able to build in each other's presence, and then yes, being friends is a bonus already, because that's tough. I mean, you could build with people that you're not friends with, but still be successful. So I think the bearing each other, you know what I mean? But then again, if being friends, you're not really bearing each other either, because you're friends. I think it's more of a holding space together without having to entertain, you know what I mean? Okay, so you're saying like the minimum standard is bearing each other is enough, yeah. So maybe like to meet halfway on that one would be bearing each other is the default, and then doing short sprints of building. I think that might be my halfway on that one. But even then, I could see how that's a lot. Yeah, because for me, on a personal note, I mean, this is all relational, but like that's probably where I'm running into problems. On a personal level, if I could flip your script and it's like there's no schedule. To me, I feel like there's a schedule, right? There are no rules. I feel like there's rules and standards in my mission vision. Be able to bear each other's presence. Like I don't want to just like sit in my own and be like I bear it for me. Like I'm talking personal, and it's like I want to be proud of myself all the time, if that makes sense. And then being friends, it's like no, it's like I have to be a friend of myself. It's like it can't be a bonus. I haven't been a friend of myself for a long time, and so then I'm like, okay, cool, I want that in someone. That's not helpful. That's not how it works. Acceptance is a big one. It's huge. And that's a version of letting go. Because when you accept, I mean, anything. I accept that my headphones aren't Apple AirPods. They're these. I accept this person for what it is and what it isn't. And it's hard because I might want AirPods. But these work great. You don't even notice it. And you accept. I think that's and real quick, thank you, Horvath, for like throwing a different opinion here. This is fun to chat. I like this. I'm always trying to meet you halfway. So keep up. Keep doing that. Doing what you're doing. I appreciate it. I think like the beginning stages of any relationship is learning to accept. And then you either get to acceptance. I think you get to acceptance no matter what. You get to acceptance and you either accept the fact this isn't going to work, or you accept the fact that, well, this isn't perfect, but this is great. And I think that's where the self-awareness part kind of becomes a problem, because it's like, when am I going to get to that acceptance? Versus, I think it just hits you. I think it just comes to you. You just look back and like, oh, it's been great. And I think with anxious people, which I lean more towards that, which it helps with content creation. It helps with all the other business stuff because I get things done. It's hard to kind of just sit and watch. I always like to listen to my own words. Sit and watch. I just got done talking on the live stream about I don't want you guys sitting and watching a crash. I wanted you guys to be able to have something to do. That's the Taoism aspect of just sitting and watching the relationship. It doesn't mean you're not doing anything. Like you're still you. You're still doing your stuff. It's just that it's a So I remember I'm like journaling here. When I talked about the chapters, the internal family system, and I'm like, I can have a bird's eye view, and it's like I'm watching or reading the chapters, and I'm detached from the inner child and all these things, and I can tell stories, and it's like I can almost watch with my great imagination because I'm reading and I create pictures in my head when it comes to these accident scenes and crash scenes or the medical calls that I have. And it's like, it's this person dealing with it's this Daniel dealing with the situation. And I can do that up to recently with the father portion of the internal family system. I just realized it is incredibly difficult, almost impossible, or I haven't done it yet with this new chapter. I'm attached to this new chapter because I'm actively living in it. I'm actively creating. I'm actively writing this new chapter every day. I can't look back at the next dozen pages because they haven't been written yet. I'm thinking of if I can get to a point of detachment with the Taoist principles and maybe some Christian ones and a few other different philosophies, a little bit reading a little bit more, basically. I'll probably ask ChatGPT this and see what they can pull up. If I can get into the present moment of being able to watch my present self just live, I think that's called reflection, but I think that provides a scenario where, well, the outcome's the outcome. I'm just telling you how my brain kind of works a little bit too. I like to go around, I like to do these wild things, and it just really kind of comes back down to very basic first principles. I like to steel man some scenarios. Because I can do that for the other. I can do that for the other parts. Great philosophy I've heard from a great friend of mine yesterday is to dream tomorrow's vision, like every day well, live every day well. Makes every yesterday into a dream of joy and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Yeah. I mean, I've heard of that. That's great. I've heard of, like, depression is focusing on the past, anxiety is focusing on the future, and what was it? Like peace is focusing on the present, or something like that. That's one thing is, like, I've noticed, like, in the moments, in those, like, days or weeks where I'm just, like, moving, boom, 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 task, 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 just get done, not thinking, not really even looking at my phone, which I think a lot of people have problems just constantly looking at their phone, like, boom, 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 getting things done. And it's like, you're not even really, you're not anxious. You're just getting things done. I like that one, prodigal. That's funny. I keep buying groceries and I just get so tired and I don't want to cook. Sometimes I'll do that SCZ. I've had 7.5 years of therapy. But guys, I think I'm gonna get going because the post office closes in an hour and a half, and I got some packages to do, so I'm gonna head to the post office, and then I need to make some food. It's gonna be easy. It's just ground beef and some rice and a few other things. And I'm gonna upload some of this footage so I can work on it at home. But I'm gonna be heading out. We hung out for 4.5 hours. It was good. Great conversations. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of it. If you stayed along with it, I see a lot of the same names from the beginning. So thank you. Thanks for listening to me. Kind of pretty much did like 2 or 3 After the Ride podcasts. And yeah, it was good. We'll do Horvath, but I'm gonna be heading out. See you guys later.